Good morning, everyone. Glad to see everybody's here. So far, we have 22 people total online. Hopefully, there'll be more coming real soon. This morning, we were supposed to have Sensei Simon teach. However, he has been called to a family situation, so he will not be able to participate this morning. In place of his session, what I like to do is actually get to know each other, everybody here. Particularly, how did you get involved in JKR in the first place? And then also, why are you staying? What is so good about Yobukai? And then how do you see JKR is going to be like in the future? And what would you like to see JKR be like in the future? 5, 10, 20 years, maybe. Okay. Well, anyways, at this time, I would like to go ahead and, first of all, get a volunteer to start for us. One of our senior members here, Sensei Bogis. Would you like to tell us how you got involved in JKR in the first place? And why are you still here with us? And what do you like to see JKR become in the future? Can you give us some ideas?
Sensei,
Yes?
let me just say in Spanish.
Okay, please.
Mira, bienvenidos. Sensei Howard está dando el bienvenido a todos para hoy, el día 2 del nuestro Gasshuku 2021. Él está comentando que Sensei Simon Oliver no puede estar por razones familiares. Entonces, que pensábamos es tratar de conocer a cada uno de ustedes mejor.
El volumen de tener bajo los altavoces.
No, aquí está todo completo.
Una vez. Queremos saber
Segundo le das el video que salió.
entraste en Japan Karate de Urubukai. ¿Por qué quedas en nuestra familia en Japan Karate de Urubukai? Y la tercera pregunta es, ¿cómo lo ven cada uno de ustedes el futuro de nuestro estilo y familia en los próximos 5, 10, 20 años?
¿Vuelve a apagar?
Pasar este momento, una hora, no sé, un tiempo, conociendo a todos y entendiendo un poquito más por qué están en Japan Karate de Urubukai, cuáles son las cualidades que los gustan de Japan Karate de Urubukai y cómo lo ven en el futuro a nuestra familia, nuestro estilo. Okay. Sensei Bolkis, how are you? I think you're going first. You've been nominated.
Yes. Please let us know. We would like to get to know you.
If you can pause every few minutes, and I'll try and do my best to translate.
Yep. And you're on mute, Sensei Balkish. Make sure you take yourself off of mute.
You're still on mute, Sensei Balkis. You're still on mute, so you have to get yourself off mute. Okay, I think
right?
You're on now.
I think our Rubukai is very like a big family. They get together, help each other's, understand everything, you know. And if in a group is not helping each other, it's very hard. And then nothing will work. So far, it's very good. I've been here for quite some time.
Sí.
¿Y la computadora se oye?
Sí,
Sí, la computadora se oye.
la computadora se oye. Si lo quitamos aquí.
Japan Karate Dorubukai.
And I think the teaching is everything is very good to what I see. It's so many clubs, different, but I'm really happy with this, the way how it's organized and teachings and the class, the students, all the instructors. It's really excellent. Because
Sensei Volkes está comentando que pues la razón que está con nosotros y queda con nosotros en Japan Karate Dorubukai es el sentido de familiar, el sentido que estamos pues antes mucho más, ¿no? Juntamos cuando podemos los seminarios, los eventos internacionales y ahora con esta plataforma de Zoom o Microsoft Teams donde podemos unirnos ojalá una vez al mes para estar juntos, entrenar juntos y para ella es lo más importante para sentir como una familia, parte de algo más de un club normal. Y el nivel de instrucción se siente muy cómoda y se siente como que sí, el nivel está muy bien. Go ahead.
Sensei Bacchus, I'm curious, how did you get involved in JKR in the first place?
that's a long story. Yeah, I met since Kaicho a long time ago.
Where?
In Australia, and he invited for a long time. I'm a bit scared, I was training with other different clubs at that times. You don't cheat your boss for whatever it is. I said, I'm very impressed the way how he teach, and it's really, really impressive because some instructors they didn't explain properly, and I think it's very, very hard. And I understand Kaicho so well, and he's very corporate. And so I decided, it took me a few years to say yes. And I did, and then until now, I'm really happy, but I was a bit crippled, but I'm still enjoying it.
Sensei Volkes está comentando que conoció a Kaicho Yamazaki en Australia hace muchos años, no nos compartió el año, pero hace muchos años y nos comentó que invitó a ella a entrenar con nosotros varias veces. Y ella estaba en este momento pues feliz donde estaba, pero cuando lo vio, la manera y energía de cual enseña Kaicho Yamazaki y su personalidad, decidió, como muchos de nosotros, a cambiar, entrar en la familia de Kaicho Yamazaki y Japan Karate Dorubukai. Go ahead.
Okay, Sensei Bacchus, what do you think JKR should be in the future? How do you see us 10, 20 years now?
At the moment with this COVID, it's pretty hard to say, but I think the way we're going so far is very good. Everyone still cooperates and help each other. That's the most important, to be strong. And otherwise, it's very hard. If the class going like before, really strong, I think it's good. I think we stay going pretty well. Pretty well.
Very good. Well, thank you very much, Sensei Bacchus. I will try to see somebody else now. Let's see somebody else now. You see, Sensei Aguilar from Venezuela. Jonathan, can you tell him what we're trying to get from people?
Ok, listo, ya tengo audio. ¿Cómo?
Sí,
Sensei Johnny, ¿cómo estás?
Ya tengo audio.
Hey, Sensei, ¿cómo
Sensei,
estás?
¿cómo estás? Oye,
las preguntas son los siguientes. ¿Cómo entraste en nuestra familia?
Jonathan, you're showing us 2 entries. I think you have some feedback because of it. Do you have 2 sessions open?
Yeah, I know.
Let me see.
¿Ya me escuchas mejor?
Much better.
Ok. So, la pregunta es cómo entraste y cuándo entraste con Kaicho Yamazaki y Japan Karate Do Rubukai. La segunda es por qué quedas en la familia de Kaicho Yamazaki. Y el tercera es cómo lo ves el futuro de nuestra familia, nuestro estilo de artes marciales, ¿no? Adelante.
You're on mute.
Estás en mudo, no te escuchamos.
Ahora. Ahora sí. Ok. En 1979 inicié en el club de karate de la Universidad de los Andes y estaba a cargo una escuela de Ryukai en esa fecha, 1979. Desde un principio.
Déjame traducir. Sensei Johnny Aguilar de Venezuela started to train karate in 1979 at university, and at that time the university had a Japan Karate Do Rubukai school. Adelante.
Correcto. En ese tiempo, el sensei, el Kaicho Yamazaki, visitaba Venezuela anualmente en los años 80 y pudimos compartir desde ese principio con el Kaicho Yamazaki.
He's commenting that in the 1980s, Kaicho Yamazaki went frequently every year to Venezuela to share the teachings and teach our style of karate. So he had a lot of experience and a lot of opportunity to train with Kaicho. Adelante.
Luego, durante los años 80, en la práctica del karate, tenía un dojo en el estado de Mérida, y luego, en 1990, me trasladó hasta Osa Ciudad, otro estado.
He was at another dojo and then changed in 1990 to live in another state of Venezuela and open a dojo.
Y desde 1990 a la actualidad, todas las veces el sensei Yamazaki en los años 90 visitaba muy frecuente Venezuela y podíamos compartir toda su experiencia durante todo ese tiempo hasta la actualidad.
See, again, Sensei Kaicho Yamazaki went annually until recently to Venezuela. So the Venezuelan Japan Karate Do Rubukai family grew very fast throughout many states of the country and became, well, as most of us know, it became the biggest branch, let's say, of Japan Karate Do Rubukai in the world for many, many years. And they would come, he didn't say this, but they would meet us in the US and beat us all in tournaments every year.
Y bueno,
Muy bien, adelante.
por muchos años tuve la oportunidad pues, de viajar al Hombu Dojo en California por muchísimos años, también compartir con el Kaicho y con todos ustedes cada vez que podíamos a California desde 1990 hasta la fecha.
So from 1990 until the date, so a couple of years ago before COVID started, Sensei Johnny was able to travel on a regular basis to the Hombu Dojo in Anaheim, as we all did, and had great experiences, as we all did, with Kaicho and everybody. We used to meet once or twice a year and train, and there would be seminars and for him that was very important, that integration of being in a big family and all meeting once a year. So, adelante. El futuro.
Entonces, bueno, sí, entonces esa es una base de que somos todos una familia. O sea, son tantos años, son más de 40 años juntos. Más de 40 años juntos significa que somos una familia.
Again, he said that, it's more than 40 years that he's been in Japan Karate Robokai and training under Kaicho Yamazaki, and knowing many of us, I was very young then, but knowing many of us from those days and creating a great relationship and a feeling of being a very good, close family throughout the world.
Entonces, ¿cómo veo el futuro? Desde mi percepción es seguir trabajando, seguir fortaleciendo nuestro estilo Shindo Jinen Ryu bajo toda la estructura organizativa que tiene la organización, seguir fortaleciéndose no solamente en Venezuela, sino también en algunos instructores que se han ido a Latinoamérica. Entonces, seguir trabajando, ese es el futuro.
Sensei Johnny says about the future that he sees the future very strong, very bright for Japan Karate Robokai, in that he feels that we have good organization. And Kaicho, still very strong, very active to motivate us all. And also, he said basically, as he does, working hard and consistency and just continuing to grow our family and our style throughout Venezuela and throughout. In the case of Venezuela, they have many people that have recently left Venezuela to other countries in Latin America, also Germany and other places. So to continue, as those people leave, continue contribute to the growth of Japan Robokai. Muchas gracias, Sensei Johnny. Felicidades.
Gracias a ustedes.
Just saying thank you very much to Sensei Johnny for his years of dedication and hard work, and for helping to consolidate and continue growing and evolving our family.
So I came to JKR in 2001, and on the one hand, I wish I had been in JKR for my entire karate career, but on the other, I'm very happy to be able to appreciate JKR because I was actually in two other organizations before I came to Shindo Jinen-ryu. So I started out in Shito-ryu, Shodan and Shito-ryu. I trained at JKA Shotokan for a number of years. And then when I moved to Kansas City, I ended up trying to find a good dojo in either one of those styles, and I couldn't. And I ended up on Sensei Hai's doorstep and entered into JKR. And I would echo everything that's been said here so far, is that we're extremely fortunate to have the kind of organization that we have. Sensei Jonathan?
Yeah, that's a lot, but let me jump in.
I know, that's why I tried to stop.
I know. So Sensei Paul dice que estaba entrenando antes en Shito-ryu y JKA Shotokan por muchos años, y cuando él se cambió a vivir en la ciudad de Kansas City, en Estados Unidos, buscó otros dojos en los estilos que ha entrenado antes y no encontró ningún dojo bueno de estos estilos, y encontró a Sensei Howard Hai de Japan Karate Robokai y empezó a entrenar en 2001. Y dice Sensei Paul que pues obviamente por muchas razones se siente como que le gustaría ha tenido más años con nosotros, pero teniendo la experiencia de antes con Shito-ryu y JKA, él valúa más a Japan Karate Robokai hoy en día por los valores y Kaicho Yamazaki y Sensei Howard y todos y la familia que somos.
Yep.
Go ahead.
And I think, you know, a lot of that, the value that I see in this organization shows up in a bunch of different ways. So there's the quality of the instruction, which starts with Kaicho. I mean, talk about being lucky to have access to somebody of his stature and experience. That's amazing. And then it trickles down through all of the senior instructors that I've been exposed to as well, whether it's Sensei Hai, Sensei Simon, Sensei Martin, Sensei Johnny, Sensei Noel, just a real sense of community, and nobody takes themselves too seriously, even Kaicho, right? Everybody's serious about the karate, but not serious about, or overly serious about, all of the things that go around with karate. The most important thing is teaching and keeping people together as a community.
Sensei Paul está diciendo que uno de los valores más importantes para él en Japan Karate Rubukai es el nivel de instrucción de Kaicho Yamazaki, de Howard Hai, de Simon, de muchos, de Sensei Johnny, y ese sentido de familia. Y que pues sí, que eso para él es muy importante, y el valor es muy agregado, es muy alto por el hecho que pues también Kaicho Yamazaki también tiene una personalidad para no a veces tomar las cosas tan en serio, pero divertirse en su manera de enseñarnos. Y yo creo que es una gran cosa y gran razón de muchos de nosotros quedar aquí, es por la forma de instrucción y las personalidades que tenemos adentro de nuestra familia.
And then lastly, in terms of where I think I'd like to see us go, we've made a lot of strides in improving the organization of JKR and driving towards consistency. I think we have more to go, but I'm encouraged by the path that we're on, and I look forward to continuing to grow the organization in the right way by bringing in people who are like us, who want to study but also be part of a larger family and enjoy each other's company as much as they enjoy karate. So we look forward to continuing to get everybody on the same page, make sure that Shinzo Jinru looks the same in Venezuela as it does in Australia, as it does in UK, as it does in the US, and being in each other's lives.
Sensei Paul dice que sí, para él otra vez es muy importante este sentido de familiar, que estamos entrenando lo más posible juntos ahorita en estas plataformas, y también dice que es muy importante, estamos trabajando bien ahorita como familia, para seguir ayudando a todos, y también tratando de asegurarnos que hoy en el futuro todos estamos haciendo más o menos o lo más posible lo mismo, ¿no? Puede ser en Venezuela, Inglaterra o México o Estados Unidos, cuando estamos juntos en el futuro, que estamos haciendo las cosas igual, ¿no? O sea, cada uno con su personalidad, pero las formas y todo, las katas y todo, las técnicas que están muy importantes para Shindo Jininryu, queda este lineaje al futuro, ¿no? Y eso es un trabajo que le gusta hacer, participar, y estamos buscando siempre gente y instructores y karatecas y gente de artes marciales que tienen la misma sentido, la misma personalidad, y quieren seguir creciendo juntos como familia.
And that's my story.
Okay, Sensei Paul, thank you very much for your expressions. Now, I would like to have you tag somebody or invite somebody to speak next.
I am going to, let's see here. I would like to hear, I'm going to put myself on the spot a little bit. So Brian Chesmore is a brown belt in my school. And Brian comes from a Goju-Ryu background, and he may say terrible things. This is not pre-planned. He may be like, well, I'm thinking about leaving, not really sure. But I would love to, Brian, I would love to hear your impressions so far of JKR, and what you like, what you don't like, what you think, would be good for us in the future.
Sensei Paul está nominando Brian que entrenar con él Brian estaba en otras escuelas antes, y como dice Sensei Paul, no está preacordado esta plática, entonces tiene un poco de preocupación que Brian va a decir que está al punto de salir. Pero, Brian,
Hello, can you hear me?
yes.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for putting me on the spot. No, I studied Goju-ryu karate from for about, I would say 3 or 4 years. I took a break of maybe 6 years or so between starting up with Ryobukai. And when I was out looking, I was kind of choosing between Sensei Paul, and then there was a Ushiryu, I think was the other version. But I came into class and I saw the way that Sensei Paul was teaching, and I felt that he had a very down-to-earth style of not just, differentiating between, what you're actually trying to do in it when you're doing different movements, as opposed to just following the movement just for the sake of following the movements that you're doing. And I found that to be really reassuring. And then after I started taking classes there, it was just really great humor, really great atmosphere, and like you feel comfortable to speak up and ask questions, and that was kind of what drew me in initially.
Thanks, Brian. Let me pause you there, otherwise I'll forget. Not a spring chicken anymore. So basically Brian was saying that he was training, sorry, Brian estaba entrenando 3-4 años antes y luego tomó un sabático de 5 o 6 años de entrenar, y cuando llegó a vivir cerca de donde está Sensei Paul, buscó otras opciones y hubo otro dojo también como opción, pero cuando fue a entrenar con Sensei Paul y sentía este sentido que estamos practicando todos, ¿no? De familia, de carisma, de la manera de enseñar y también discutir y poder hablar. O sea, él se siente muy cómodo en el clase de Paul, que él puede levantar su mano y preguntar cosas y decir cosas, ¿no? Y no es nada más como que una persona enfrente, un sensei, un líder enfrente diciendo cómo hacer las cosas y no recibir comentarios de sus alumnos. Go ahead.
And then since then, you feel you're so you feel like I've grown so much in that time since starting white belt, and now we just recently got our brown belts, and it's amazing how things that you find that were so difficult initially, you slowly start to wrap your head around, and that's been a really great experience as well.
So Brian saying that, yeah, so the whole la experiencia estaba muy bien, toda la experiencia estaba súper agradable para él, el proceso, y pues llegó el cinta blanco y ahorita ya acaba de tomar su examen para cinta café, y que se siente muy cómodo y muy a gusto en el clase de Paul.
So Brian, thank you. That's really nice. I'm very happy to hear that you've been happy. Can you talk a little bit about what you'd like to have JKR do in the future? Like, what do you see opportunities? Do you see things from where you are that we could do better, that would or things that we could do different or more of or less of? Is there anything that jumps out to you that would be an opportunity for the organization?
Yeah, one thing that's a thing I would like, and just so first, I guess I know that our style emphasizes takedown and finishing, and I know that that's something that can be more difficult to do, but I've always been really interested in the takedown aspect of the style and learning more about that. And then for something that would be excited to do in the future. I know Sensei Paul has told me that occasionally we take trips to Japan, and I've always dreamed of going to Japan. And so that's something I would really like to do someday too with the organization.
Sí, la pregunta de Sensei Paul a Brian era del futuro, ¿no? ¿Cómo lo ve? ¿Qué le gusta? ¿Qué quiere? Si hubo algún cambio que le gusta ver. Y básicamente Brian comentó del lineaje de nosotros de Jiu-Jitsu. Para él es un aspecto muy importante, el aspecto de los takedowns, bajar la gente al piso y terminarlos en el piso. Y este parte de nuestro entrenamiento que honestamente, la verdad, no hacemos mucho, ¿no? Generalmente, pero sí forma un parte muy importante y para él es muy importante. Y el otro parte dijo que está interesado, nunca ha viajado a Japón y quiere viajar a Japón. Voy a decir también a Venezuela, México. Brian, I just said that you wanted to go to Venezuela and Mexico and everywhere.
I'd love to go to Mexico too.
just-
No.
Okay, thank you very much, Brian. We have Sensei Chen from the Bahamas has her hands up. I would like to hear what she has to say.
Sensei Chin de las Bahamas nos va a compartir sus experiencias, buenas y malas.
Good morning or good afternoon all. I'm listening to the comments and the contributions, and one thing that stood out for me, I would have started under the Shotokan system. I think I went as far as purple belt, and when I went off to university, I couldn't really find another Shotokan school nearby in the state of North Carolina for me to continue my training. And so it kind of bothered me because I've also always had a passion for the martial arts. And I don't know, it must have was in my blood, because when I returned home from school 4 years later, I did not miss a beat with a single kata. None of my basics. It was as if though, from Friday to Monday, like on a weekend, that short of a break. Everything was still fresh with me. I came home, and unfortunately, the school that I had trained with, Sensei Patricia Ferguson, she had shut down. And so I was referred to a JKR school here. I went ahead, registered, got involved, and one thing that stood out is the structure. I love JKR for its structure. It makes it so easy, in a sense, of getting a regimented program for the students to understand, to follow, and to adapt to. And of all of the different martial arts schools that I've visited, I'm telling you, the JKR system is so well structured. I don't even know how best we could improve what we already have. And I've not had any inclination of leaving or even spanning out, because I love JKR for what it is. Now, even when you look at, sorry, I forgot, translation. My bad. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Sensei Chin, let me just inject here a little Spanish, otherwise I'm going to
Yes, that's what I was saying. Go
you
ahead.
told me. Sensei Chin dice que estaba entrenando de joven thank you, en las Bahamas y cuando se fue a Estados Unidos a estudiar, a hacer su universidad de 4 años, no entrenaba en este tiempo, pero cuando regresó buscó una escuela en este entonces, otra escuela de karate y después encontró el Japan Karate de Ryobukai y estaba comentando que en este lapso de tiempo sentía como que los artes marciales estaban en su sangre porque recordaba cómo hacer las técnicas, el Keyhole, la kata, y comentaba también que para ella es muy importante este sentido, como estamos todos diciendo, de familiar que tenemos en nuestra familia de Japan Karate de Ryobukai y la estructura que tenemos, que ella dice que es, en su opinión, la mejor estructura que ha visto de los artes marciales, los escuelas, los estilos de artes marciales en el mundo, y está muy agradecido a formar parte de nuestra familia. Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, so the school, the JKR school that I had, I started with in 2004. I would have gotten my black belt in the same year. I think I got my black belt in 2011. And by 2012, the school was going to have to shut down. And I was so disappointed. I was adamant I did not want that to happen. And so I kind of stepped up to the plate to do what needed to have been done to keep the doors open. And since then, I have developed and learned so much just by stepping up and, doing what's necessary. It's gotten to the point where I now do so much more than just what's necessary for the students. The parents love it. They're passionate about JKR. The students are passionate to come to class. They love what the program offers because it's not just about the kicking and the punching, but we are developing and shaping young characters.
Sí, Sensei Chin está comentando que en 2011 el dojo donde estaba de JKR tuvo que cerrarse. En este entonces ella decidió de tomar la decisión de seguir y abrir, continuar el dojo y abrir un dojo para seguir y entrenando y poder seguir haciendo clases con nuestro estilo, ¿no? Nuestra familia. Y se sentía siempre muy, muy afortunado y muy con mucho apoyo del Kaicho Yamazaki y de todo el grupo para seguir adelante. Y está comentando que sí, con la pasión que ella imparte las clases y todos los familiares están muy, muy, muy felices, que nada más, no están nada más aprendiendo a hacer patadas y golpes y defensas, pero hay todo un estilo y un currículum atrás de los clases y de ella, ¿no? Un esfuerzo y un soporte grande.
And just the last point, in observing how Sensei Mina and Sensei Paul and Sensei Howard, I watched the interaction, I watched the level of respect, I watched the fellowship. And when I come to visit, for a Gasshuku, I sense a family atmosphere. I sense a close-knit community. And so I have actually taken that idea, that concept, and I've applied that to my dojo so that my students will understand that, look, I'm trying to create an environment here that is safe, that is comfortable. I want you guys to get to know each other more. They're not going to get to know much about each other when they're on the floor for an hour, not being permitted to speak. And so I've developed other programs off of the mat that encompasses them and brings them together so that they can actually say, I have dojo friends, I have JKR friends. And the fellowship it's flourishing, it's growing. I have never advertised for classes. For as long as I've been open, I have never advertised for any classes. And that is due to the atmosphere and the environment that has been created. The students, the parents, they go off and they talk and they tell others. I've never had to advertise to say I needed to pull in students for classes. And that is a remarkable thing that's due to the JKR fever. That's what I call it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dice, pues, en terminarse, dice que pues sí, que se siente mucho el apoyo de todos y como su experiencia en nuestra familia es que todos hay mucho respeto entre uno y el otro. Y ella también en su dojo siempre trata de hacer cosas fuera del dojo para que la gente conozca uno al otro, no solamente entrenando una hora y saliendo a sus casas, pero tener un sentido de familiar fuera del dojo y conocer bien mejor las personas, ¿no? Las otras personas entrenando en el mismo dojo. Thank you, Sensei Chin.
Okay, Sensei Chin, thank you very much. One thing though, as soon as the pandemic subsides, I hope that you'll be able to host another event in the Bahamas. I would love to go and visit the Bahamas again. It's one of the best places to go. Thank
I'm
you.
definitely looking forward to it.
Okay, Sensei Chen. We have another hand up from.
Sensei Howard nada más comentó ahorita que está esperando cuando pase toda la pandemia podemos hacer otro Gasshuku, otro evento en las Bahamas en un futuro.
Okay, thank you. We have one more hand up. Sensei Mark Carter from Kansas. Please come in and give us your little
Sensei
information.
Mark Carter de Kansas va a compartir sus pensamientos y su experiencia. Mark, how are you? Please remember to pause a little more frequently.
Sure. Well, a lot of what I have to say really echoes Sensei Chen's comments. I think that my path is a lot like hers, where and I was just part of the dojo and just practicing. I thoroughly enjoyed Elite. But let me answer the questions. I got a little excited listening to Sensei Chen, so let me answer the questions directly. I don't know if you want me to pause here.
Ya, Mark está comentando que está muy emocionado y se siente muy agradecido, forma parte de nuestra familia de karate y también pues va a enfocar en las tres preguntas que estamos preguntando, pero que se siente muy emocionado. Go for it.
So, in order of the questions, what brought me to JKR in the first place? Obviously, Kaicho. To have access to such history and such a representation and such an organization built by such a great person like Kaicho. The next person will probably be Sensei Martin. He attended an elite in Kansas City 6-7 years ago, and he really focused on the family side of JKR, and ever since then, a lot like Sensei Chen at elites, I have seen the way Sensei Hai, Sensei Mina, Sensei Paul, you guys come to Kansas City on a regular. We have a good time, great instructions, great way to standardize things that we do. And so that support and access to senior level and being able to talk back and forth has been amazing. And then one more thing before I pause is it reemphasizes the family environment.
Sí, Sensei Mark está comentando que se siente, pues como todos, ¿no? El apoyo grande y fuerte de Kaicho, Yamazaki y todos en nuestra organización. Y también dice que le gusta mucho como todos, Sensei Mina y Martín, Sensei Martín Matarrano de Venezuela, ha ido allá a Kansas a compartir y su experiencia con Sensei Martín también igual era de este sentido de familiar, no solamente entrenando en el dojo, ¿no? Y con Sensei Howard y Sensei Paul y Sensei Mina y Kaicho en los eventos que hemos tenido en los años antes COVID en Kansas. Go ahead.
Also, so the second question is what do I like about JKR? Obviously the family environment. Like Sensei Chen, it's been my goal to create a family environment. So I have a lot of families in the dojo, and a lot like Sensei Chen, where I don't personally advertise at all. I'm in a recreation center so that people see, so I kind of get natural advertisement. But we have to cap our role. We have to cap our role, so we don't. We always have a waiting list. That's always been very good. Let's see, family environment. Oh, excellent instruction. I really like the instructor's manual. It really gives us a step-by-step. This is what we need to practice. This is what the next steps are. This is the Keyhole. This is what you expect out of your Keyhole. I've thoroughly enjoyed that as well. And so some of my previous senseis have said, look, just stick to the book. Know your katas, know your Keyhole. Ippon Kumite, and we'll test based off of that, and we'll go from there. So the instruction is tight. Can translate if you like.
Está comentando Sensei Mo que se le gusta mucho la estructura que tenemos en Japan Karate Do Ryobukai de Kaicho Yamazaki por abajo, del conocimiento de las técnicas, el enfoque en las técnicas y la experiencia de todos. Y también le gusta mucho que tenemos el libro de instructores donde él puede checar a vez en cuando que están haciendo todo bien, que está siguiendo bien las formas y el Keyhole y todo, y es un buen base y hacer una fundación muy fuerte para nuestra organización, y se siente muy cómodo y muy apoyado con todos.
I heard Sensei Paul talk about something that I want to expand on a little bit that I'm trying to bring to my dojo, or actually it might have been Sensei Chin talked about safety. And also, Kaicho talked a lot about the OB club yesterday, and doing the best you can with the movements, but knowing your physical limitations. And I think that that's something that our dojo is working through right now. And I enjoy the senior instructors getting involved and working through that process. Creates the family environment.
Sí, dice otra vez de sentido de familia en el dojo, en nuestra familia, estructura es muy fuerte y se siente muy a gusto, muy cómodo con eso. Y también, como dijo Kaicho ayer y Sensei Chin en la mañana, que parte de todo eso es la seguridad de todos, ¿no? Y desarrollando nuestros cuerpos en una forma personal, ¿no? Y conociendo qué podemos hacer, qué no podemos hacer, que tenemos que llegar a hacer ciertas cosas para el currículum, pero todos nuestros cuerpos son diferentes, ¿no? Somos distintos, entonces tenemos que poder manejarnos en una forma positiva y una forma donde podemos todos crecer, pero en una manera segura.
So for the future of JKR, I think a tight-knit sensei structure, which is what I see going forward. Continuing to go through the curriculum, which I think is amazing. I'd love to have elites back in Kansas City again. I think those were amazing. And it provided a really, really strong focus of karate. The one thing that I see maybe in the future is that we're able to do Zoom sessions or team sessions so that it's not just, who's there gets those standardizations going forward. And one more little thing is I would like to see examples of the katas. So like if as katas, kind of change or whatever, just an example. So I know like a lot of times I go to YouTube for Jiroku. Thank you, Sensei Paul Bilal. That is our gold standard. So little things like that, like just being able to go to and say, look, this is the gold standard, this is the kata, this is what we'll perform, is little things like that I think would be great.
Well, in fairness, that might be the silver standard, but thank you.
It's a standard.
It's a standard.
Oh, del futuro, Sensei Monk está comentando que sí, que hay que seguir entrenando y fortaleciendo nuestro familiar y seguir creciendo en la manera natural, de alguna manera. Y le gusta también que hay videos en YouTube y todo de diferentes personas, y Sensei Paul y otros haciendo katas de nuestro estilo para poder regresar o mandar los alumnos a ver un YouTube video, ¿no? A vez en cuando para sentir más cómodo en que él está haciendo también en su dojo. Y también dijo que le gusta, espera mucho el regreso de estar juntos todos en eventos como el Elite en Kansas. Nos está invitando, creo. Pero I just said that you're looking forward to Elite, and I injected that you're inviting everybody. So
Excellent. Thank you.
it's out there.
Okay, thank you very much, Sensei Carter.
Fantastic.
There is one more person, one more expression here. I would like to see or hear what Sensei Randy Hendershaw has to say. He is an old timer. He's been around for a long time, practiced many different karate styles, mainly Shotokan, and he was with JKR before he joined. He's like, he went to our elite training camps so often that he became very well versed in Shindojin Yu. Then about 10 years later, he finally joined. And so I would like to get his viewpoint on JKR, those 3 points that we have mentioned earlier. Sensei Hendershaw.
Sensei Howard está nominando a Sensei Randy y comentando que Sensei Randy forma parte del grupo que comentó Kaicho Yamazaki ayer de OB Club. Y tiene mucha experiencia en diferentes estilos de artes marciales, y antes de formar parte oficial de JKR, él estaba entrenando en los eventos y todos en Kansas City. Okay, Sensei Randy, over to you.
Thank you, Sensei Jonathan. The first thing I'd like to say is I really echo Mark's statements that the standards of karate for JKR need to be we need to make them available on a regular basis. I know that there is a lot of resistance to putting our material, I say our material, my adopted material, on the internet, because there is some thought that the internet perhaps may cheapen the material. We've seen that with other styles, and that is a concern. But let me tell you what I just did this last week. I took an old VCR and a TV to my dojo, and I played the videotapes of Kaicho and Konishi Takehiro, the old Chambers tapes from Tsunami, to my people. And first of all, they were in the vernacular gobsmacked. In the second, my other senior instructors in my dojo were looking at the katas saying, oh my goodness, that has changed so much. For instance, just how Takehiro Konishi performed Taisabaki Shodan. Totally different than what we do today. So it is certain that karate is going to be an art that changes and develops, as Sensei Funakoshi certainly recognized back in the day. And we know that karate is going to change, but we need to have standards like Sensei Paul's videos that we can go to on a regular basis. For instance, with my physical condition, I turned 70 in September. My post-polio is really kicking my butt. I'm not able to do what I used to. It's hard to remember. So I'll stop. Sorry.
No. Thank you.
The translation.
Let me try to remember all that. Sensei Randy pues estaba muchos años en los artes marciales y estaba comentando que hace pues la semana pasada o antepasada llevó un de los viejísimos máquinas de VHS con los videos originales de Kaicho Yamazaki y Takehiro Konishi, donde enseñaron las katas de Taisabaki, y obviamente pues algunos de sus alumnos más avanzados comentaron las diferencias en las katas y cómo las katas han cambiado. Y Sensei Randy está comentando otra vez que él cree que es muy importante estar posteando como asociación de las técnicas y las katas como vayan, pues como karate ya está vivo, entonces sigue cambiando, ¿no? De cierta manera. Y él está comentando que le gusta mucho y quiere más, creo, formalizar técnicas y formalizar katas y maneras de hacer diferentes cosas que son las cosas más importantes a Shindo Jinryu. Para nosotros seguir aprendiendo y seguir creciendo. Y también le gusta, como estaba diciendo Mock también y todos, que estos formatos de tener nuestra plataforma en Zoom o en Microsoft Teams nos ayuda mucho en unirse. Ojalá que podamos seguir nuestro plan y seguir una vez al mes, otra vez en 2022.
Great, Sensei Jonathan, very good. You can remember all that. That's amazing. Sensei
I'm
Hendershot.
sorry for running on.
But okay, Sensei Randy, you have been to the JKR training for many years, but what made you all of a sudden decide to join JKR, not just training with us?
Well, you asked me. We were sitting at breakfast one morning, and you looked at me and you said, why don't you join us? And I looked at you and I said, because I didn't think my karate was good enough. And you said, oh, come on anyway. Basically. So it was the family atmosphere. I think, Howard, I met you approximately 1998, 1999 or so. I was still a brown belt, and you were so welcoming, as was everybody on the JKR management team, all the senseis, very welcoming. And it was the family atmosphere that I was looking for. Let me say...
Sensei Randy está comentando que Sensei Howard preguntó por qué tardó tanto y por qué entró con nosotros y dijo, igual que todos, ¿no? El sentido de familiar, el sentido de inclusión. Él estaba llegando a los seminarios en Kansas y entrenando, no como alumno de Shindo Jinryu, pero y eventualmente Sensei Howard lo invitó y Sensei Randy aceptó entrar con nosotros y un gran parte de eso, de su pensamiento de entrar y su sentimiento de entrar era el sentido de familiar y como nosotros siempre hemos actuado en los seminarios y los eventos que siente uno como familiar. Sensei Randy.
If I could just say one more thing. I say we as an adopted member of JKR, all of us have a responsibility to carry on a vision. And that vision was initialized by Sensei Konishi. And Sensei Konishi was, in my view, a true Renaissance man who saw the future. And it is our job to maintain that vision. That vision started in the late 1920s, and it continues today. And it's up to us to keep that vision going into the future. I think the world is headed for some dark times in the near future, and it will be tough on all of us to continue this vision, but it's a responsibility that we all have, and I think it's extremely valuable.
Okay, thank you.
Sensei Randy está comentando que se siente como nosotros tenemos una responsabilidad, una responsabilidad a Soke Konishi original con la visión que nos compartió, pasando generaciones y pasando, obviamente, de Kaicho Yamazaki, de toda su vida entrenando y enseñando y viajando el mundo, partiendo nuestro estilo con nosotros y nuestros alumnos y el sentir de formamos parte de algo muy importante y algo que tenemos una responsabilidad hoy en día de seguir lo que estamos haciendo ahorita y lo que estamos disfrutando nosotros para poder tener vivo nuestro Shindo Jinryu Japan Karate Rubukai en un futuro hacia 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 años.
Okay, thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you very much, Sensei Hendershot. Appreciate your participation in this. Sensei Jonathan, we're now going into your time period for your instruction. As we spoke together earlier, we were going to either stop this or continue on depending on how things go. So how do you think, Sensei Jonathan?
However you feel, I think there's, I think that the big part of, well, I do feel that listening to everybody this morning that has spoken, I think there's a lot more people that would like to speak, I would imagine, giving them this platform and hearing what everybody feels and thinks for the future. And I feel strongly, as we started through COVID, that we should continue monthly seminars, whether they're on this platform or on Zoom or whatever platform, so we can be together and get together on a regular basis and train, and also talk and have these times to understand each other and what each other are looking to do. Sensei Howard estaba comentando ahorita que pues estamos entrando en el sesión que era en el calendario mío para enseñar, pero discutimos en la mañana si este fue bien, este parte del Gasshuku, queremos seguir, entonces queremos escuchar a más gente. Para nosotros es importante el retroalimentación, ¿no?, de ustedes para seguir haciendo lo mejor que podemos y seguir creciendo como familiar, ¿no? Y la otra cosa que estoy comentando es como en la pandemia, cuando empezamos las clases en Zoom y todo eso, creemos que vamos a seguir, si ustedes quieren, mensualmente a tener clases en Zoom. O sea, podemos tener clases como esta, que platicamos de la historia, platicamos de ciertas partes de nuestra organización o entrenar juntos, ¿no?
Okay, Sensei Jonathan, so this is now your show.
Yes.
However, if you want to continue on, we could do that too.
¿Cómo sienten ustedes? Nosotros queremos escuchar a ustedes. ¿Quieren seguir? ¿Hay alguien más que quiere compartir? I'm just asking if there's anybody else who'd like to share their experiences, their thoughts. You know, for us, this platform, this is the first time we've done this, I believe, Sensei Howard, right? And Sensei Paul.
Yeah, it's very successful
We've
so
opened
far.
it before. So we will endeavor to continue monthly seminars, and they could be, if you guys would like, we could, potentially do seminars like this. We could have talking points. Sensei Paul put together a great presentation that he shared with us yesterday that I think we could pull from too, about the history and the lineage of what we're doing. So we're open to hearing what you guys would like to do for the future and how we can work together to continue growing our organization and our family, So is anybody else, maybe Steve, you came from different families and spent many years with us. I can't see everybody here, but would anybody else like to talk, would like to share thoughts and comments? And again, as we've heard, Mark and others, please give us your thoughts, speak openly. How can we improve what we're doing? We're doing our best, obviously.
Steve, Marriott?
Yeah.
Steve.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak, yeah. Okay, so I started karate in 1985, and I first met Sensei Simon Oliver in the late 90s. I can't remember the exact year, but it was around, I think, 1998 or 1999. And he opened my eyes. My thought process to karate completely changed. And then he introduced me to Kaicho Yamazaki. And then again, another eye-opening session. And I used to train with Kaicho whenever he visited the UK. I also went and trained at the Hombu Dojo in Japan in 2006 and 2008. So Sensei Simon had a trip organized in 2008 that when I went in 2006, that was related to Kanazawa Sensei competition for the World Championships. But yeah, I've been training.
Let me stop
with the group. So yeah, sorry.
So, Sensei Steve was comentando que estaba entrenando mucho en otros estilos de artes marciales de karate y en 1988-89 conoció y tomó una clase con Sensei Simon Oliver y cambió su perspectiva de los artes marciales y karate, y luego empezó a tomar los seminarios como yo de joven en Inglaterra cuando visitaba Sensei Kaicho Yamazaki cada año. Entonces, otra vez es el sentido de familiar, y dijo claramente que el nivel de instrucción de Sensei Simon y Kaicho Yamazaki era otro mundo. Y ha visitado 2 veces el Hombu Dojo en Japón, en 2006 y 2008, creo, si no olvidó. Y está muy feliz con nosotros. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think one of the things I really like about the group is, it's very open. Everyone's very easy to speak to. The focus as well on the older teachings of karate, especially looking at the karate jutsu and how it can be applied correctly. So that's like a big interest, and also looking at all the history. It's very good how we tend to go back to some of the origins of how the katas were developed and how they've been applied correctly.
Sí, otra vez está comentando que yo creo que la profundidad de conocimiento que tenemos adentro de nuestro estilo, empezando con Kaicho Yamazaki, Sensei Mina y Sensei Howard y todos, es un conocimiento muy profundo en donde platicamos mucho, siempre estamos abiertos a escuchar, y está comentando ahorita Steve que la verdad, la manera que la historia que traemos, el lineaje que tenemos es muy importante, y él le gusta mucho este sentido, formar parte de algo que también que funciona, ¿no? Porque especialmente Sensei Simon y otros enfocamos mucho en karate, como yo digo, karate real, ¿no? Karate que funciona. Ese es el sentido y el pensamiento. Go ahead.
And I think going forwards, like we discussed, having these Zoom sessions or Microsoft Teams sessions are beneficial. Sensei Simon was running a few sessions which I used to attend, and when we were doing the quarterly ones or the monthly ones, and Sensei Mina's also done a few additional sessions, and sometimes a little bit challenging because of the time zone I'm in, but I think they're all very beneficial because it brings us all together, and it's a way we can still continue to train, even not just during the COVID times, but also post-COVID. I think this would be good to have, can continue to have going forwards.
Yeah, Sensei Steve está comentando otra vez, como todos, yo creo que el sentido de todos, de nosotros ahorita, es que es muy importante esta plataforma, como estaba comentando Kaicho Yamazaki ayer también, que seguimos con esta plataforma, o sea, Zoom o Microsoft Teams, en donde podemos unirnos lo más pronto, lo más seguido posible, ¿no? Mínimo una vez al mes, para entrenar, para platicar, para compartir, ¿no? Nuestro adentro de nuestra familia y nuestro estilo de artes marciales. Steve.
Okay. Anything else you want to ask me?
How do you see the future?
Yeah. So
how do you see the future? What do you from what you know?
So I would really like to, once the Gasshukus come back to face-to-face, I would really like to join some of those sessions, and also these Japanese trips. They're always really good. And I went twice to the Hombu Dojo, and I was lucky to attend a session with the Goju group a few years back with Hikawana Sensei as well in Okinawa, and it's a different atmosphere when you're in Japan compared to when you're anywhere else in the world training karate. So if we can do those kind of sessions going forwards, and the guys in Japan as well, they're a great bunch. They won't let you leave the dojo. They're very open to questions, and it's really good training.
Yeah, I agree with you. Entonces Steve está comentando otra vez que le gusta, le espera regresarnos a entrenar juntos en persona. Está esperando regresar a los Gasshukus en persona y también le gustó tanto ir como yo a Japón y querer regresar. Yo también. Yo creo que sí estábamos pensando con Kaicho regresarnos en estos años, no recuerdo, ya con todo el tema de COVID, pero sí queremos, cuando podemos viajar, queremos viajar. Están todos siempre invitados a México, como ya saben. I'm just saying that yes, I completely agree with you. I think, and we were actually planning since we had a trip plan with Kaicho, right, in these years, I think. If I'm not mistaken, to go back to Japan, and then the whole COVID thing kind of threw us off. But yes, we as a family, we're planning to do that, Steve. We have that in our mind. We want to get back to in person as soon as we can. But like you said, keep this rolling, right, with the online, and we'll do something in Mexico soon too.
That'd be great.
Yes, let me see. Sorry. Oh, great. Yes. I just replied. So we have, as we were saying earlier, Venezuela's been going through some challenging years, as most people know, and a lot of people have left Venezuela to other countries. And of those countries, we do have now Japan Karate Rubukai in Germany. Estoy comentando que queremos escuchar de Alemania, de ustedes venezolanos que están en Alemania y como ya saben todos, o sea, especialmente hablando español, que mucha gente han salido últimamente de Venezuela y pues las preguntas para ustedes también allá, ¿cómo lo ven? O sea, ¿por qué quedaron con nosotros? ¿Por qué quedaron con Japan Karate Rubukai? ¿Por qué siguen con nosotros y cómo lo ven el futuro? So I'm just commenting that we're going to ask our family members in Japan Karate Rubukai in Germany who left Venezuela, as a lot of people have done in recent years, and why they decided to stay with Japan Karate Rubukai arriving in Germany, because there's obviously a lot of options. And also, why are they staying? Why did they decide to continue? Why are they staying? And what is the future? Adelante. No hablo alemán, ¿eh?
No, pero yo hablo perfecto el español porque, claro, soy venezolana y mis hijas son alemanas. Mi nombre es María Elena Villaquirán de Herman. Ya tengo acá en Alemania cerca de 7 años. Y pues lo primero que nosotros hicimos al llegar a Alemania fue buscar un dojo de Ryobukai. Pero lamentablemente, bueno, no había ningún dojo Ryobukai en el país y optamos por inscribirnos. Bueno, mis 2 hijas las inscribimos en Shotokan y ellas llegaron como cinta marrón acá, tercer Q, presentaron para cinta negra acá en Alemania, pero bueno, como todo hijo siempre quiere volver a casa, nosotras siempre hemos querido ser como Ryobukai. Para mí, Ryobukai es... bueno, dejo que traduzca. Claro. Pero para mí, Ryobukai, eso es algo muy profundo. Sí, hablo muy rápido. Dale, cuéntale. Ryobukai para mí, personalmente, es algo muy profundo. Yo empecé a entrenar karate en 1980, ya casi más de 40 años. Empecé en Cojedes con el sensei Enrique Tellería. Luego me fui a la Universidad de los Andes con el sensei Edgar Castillo, Arturo Castillo. Estuve un tiempo con la Chito Ryu, pero aprendiendo solo katamas para las competencias. Pero realmente fui Ryobukai.
Gracias.
Okay, que traduzca.
She's commenting that basically she started training karate in 1980 in Venezuela, and then she changed cities basically to university and trained under different senseis and different styles. But that she's always felt that Japan Karate Ryobukai is her home and her family. Well, they went to Alemania hace 7 años, ¿verdad?
7 años, yeah.
7 years ago, they went to Germany, and the first thing they did was to look for a JKR dojo, which didn't exist at that time. So for the feel and necessity of continued training, her 2 daughters, they started in another dojo, and she's very, very thankful now and happy to have, rejoined JKR, because, as she was saying, she feels that JKR is the best. She didn't exactly say that, but I'm translating it like that. That she feels very confident and very happy to form part of the JKR family. Now, JKR Germany, Alemania. Adelante.
Tuve la oportunidad en varios años consecutivos poder estar en los Gasshuku, en los campamentos con el sensei Kiyoshi Yamasaki, realmente muy identificada con su estilo, con su forma de dar las clases, de llegarnos al corazón, y de que durante todos estos años, a pesar de los 40 años que ya han pasado, nosotros seguimos así como una familia, porque Karate Do Shindo Shinen Ryu debe mantenerse siempre como una familia, como lo que estoy viendo en estos momentos a nivel de la plataforma, que nos ha unido a pesar de la situación que existe mundial, que es el COVID, la pandemia que tenemos. Eso nos ha ayudado a unificarnos a todos a nivel internacional.
Claro. Déjame así traducir un poco. And she was commenting that she had many times she went to the Gasshukus and the events that Kaicho Yamazaki hosted in the US, and him coming to Venezuela, and just the way his charisma and personality, as it's so unique, as we all know, is very effective and infectious, and that he definitely always made everybody feel like we were a big family, and the way of teaching. And she's very happy to see that it's been obviously passed down to Sensei Mina, who does a phenomenal job. Just don't tell her, I don't know if she's here, but and then also everybody else involved, and the way of the structure, and now the ability, her being in Germany, the ability to have these platforms to continue getting together like this, and she appreciates having a voice and being asked right now too. Adelante.
Y bueno, y también quiero darle las gracias de verdad a todo el equipo Ryobukai Internacional por ahora brindarnos a nosotros el apoyo de poder volver aquí, estando en otro país donde no tenemos entrenadores, donde no tenemos nada. Me meto mucho en YouTube, tengo todos los videos del Sensei Harvard también, donde con esos videos se los paso a mis hijas, nosotras lo entrenamos acá en casa, y así ellas van teniendo también esa continuidad de saber los katas también Shindo Shinen Ryu.
Yeah, she's saying how she feels very grateful and thankful to be part of our Shindo Jinryu family for 40 years, and that the ability now, being in a different country and not having a dojo to go train at, the ability now to have the platforms as we're using, and also the YouTube videos that Sensei Howard and Kaicho and Sensei Mina and everybody is putting together. So, and listening to all this, I think that it's imperative that we continue, as we were saying, to share videos, to put videos together, to keep growing this platform, so we can be together. ¿Y cuál es tu pensamiento o visión para el futuro?
¿Hay interferencia? Ya. ¿Me puedes repetir la pregunta, por favor? Que no tenía interferencia.
La pregunta del futuro.
Ok.
¿Cómo lo ve ustedes con las hijas también que ya están karatecas, ¿cómo lo ven el futuro? ¿Cómo lo ven el crecimiento? ¿Cómo pueden ustedes ayudarnos a crecer en Alemania? So I'm asking how they see the future, not only for herself after 40 years, but for her children, and how they can help us grow as an organization in Germany.
Bueno, la idea que tenemos nosotras ahorita en el presente para el futuro es empezar a ir a competencias acá con la permisología, claro, de todos ustedes, para que mis hijas y mi persona también podamos participar como Ryobukai Alemania acá en Alemania. Y bueno, empezar a dar a conocer nuestro estilo. De hecho, subimos algunas cosas y algunos de nuestros compañeros de Shotokan nos han preguntado que dónde estamos, que dónde es ese campamento que tenemos. Entonces mis hijas les estaban comentando que es de la Ryobukai, pero no lo conocen, pero yo pienso que a través de esta plataforma, de Instagram, de otras plataformas, podemos dar a conocer también el Ryobukai de nosotros acá, pues. Es otro. Y el futuro lo veo bien acá en Alemania porque ya nosotros hemos estado en diferentes eventos, mis hijas han participado en la Deutsche Meisterschaft también, estaban en la Shotokan en los nacionales y bueno, han tenido cierta representación y han clasificado también para la Deutsche Meisterschaft y bueno, se han mantenido y eso es importante.
Felicidades. So in response to my question about the present and the future of Japan Karate Do in Alemania, in Germany, sorry. Basically, she was commenting that she would like, with Kaicho's permission and the association, they'd like to start competing more. The daughters start competing, getting the name out there and the branding of Japan Karate Do Ryobukai, and start, maybe growing the following in Germany and start growing the ability for us to have a platform in Germany. So she's asking for our support on that. Kaicho, I think I can see Mina now with the dog, but I think that that's fantastic. I mean, she's very motivated and excited about continuing to grow Shindo Jininru Japan Karate Do in Germany with her daughters, and they would like to start competing more. They have done some competitions before as Shotokan and done very well in the nationals in Germany, and they would like to start to do that using under our flag, if you like. Gracias.
Okay, I think we have time for one more, as I John. It's Jairo Rosales from JKR Gasshuku Kai, who has.
Muchas gracias. Alemania.
Gracias a ustedes.
Jairo, ¿dónde está Jairo? Can you highlight?
I could spotlight him right now.
Spotlight, yeah.
Okay, and spotlight. There he is. He needs to unmute.
Jairo, ¿cómo estás? Creo que estás en mudo, ¿no?
He's muted, I guess. No? Still no audio.
No. Jairo, no te escuchamos. Estás en mudo. Nosotros no podemos. Creo que ya. Jairo, ¿estás ahí? Sensei Howard, maybe while Jairo is, figuring out his being able to share with us, I see Sensei Mina jumping around there in the living room, or maybe Jairo's back.
Okay, he's still muted.
I'd like to hear some feedback from Sensei Mina and maybe Kaicho if he's there of the interaction this morning. And
hi, good morning, everyone. So Kaicho's not here just yet. He said he was going to kind of mosey on in when he felt inspired to. But I have to say, my sister and I were sitting here, we're listening to everybody talk, and we're talking about how dedicated everybody is, and how it's kind of weird because we just grew up doing this, and we just know these people because they're just in our lives. And so I know COVID has been really tough on everybody, but it's this that kind of comes out of it, this Zoom and Teams. And I think I've seen people more often through this software than I have. Usually I would only see people once a year, and you kind of have like these brief moments of like really concentrated interaction, and then it's gone. And then I go back next year and you're just kind of hoping to see them again because not everybody sticks with it, right? So so that's been like this really nice, really positive thing that has come out of it. And to see like, so it's just like Shindo Jiren-ryu is just, I just was born and it's like, okay, this is what I'm doing. So it's really like amazing to see like people who choose to do this every single day and choose to make it like their life. So
let me inject quickly.
Oh, sorry.
Sensei Mina, yo nada más lo vi ahí a Sensei Mina en el pantalla, lo dije, nada más me gustaría saber qué se siente ella y su familia y Kaicho escuchando estos mensajes que estamos compartiendo, ¿no? Que es parte importante del reto de alimentación de esta sesión que estamos teniendo como therapy hoy en día. y Sensei Mina está comentando que realmente ella nació parte, y Rieko también, su hermana, nacieron como hijas de Kaicho Yamazaki, y era parte de su camino. No tuvieron mucha opción o chance de cambiar de opinión, pero a ellos están muy agradecidos y se sienten muy orgullosos en el sentimiento que hay tanta gente en el mundo que están decidiendo a seguir su papá y ella y nosotros, y seguir formando parte de esta familia tan importante, y como que están un poco impresionados de esta sesión hoy, a escuchar a todas las opiniones de todos de diferentes partes del mundo, ¿no? Go ahead, Sensei Mina.
And then, so I wanted to kind of touch on what the people from Venezuela/Germany were talking about. It's sorry. Kaicho's coming in and they were pretty mad about it. So it's really exciting because like in this format, like now I'm able to know like, oh, Germany really wants to start competing. They have young athletes. Like, oh my gosh, like because there's a little bit, sometimes I feel like, oh, I share the same last name as my father, so there's that respect that just gets kind of passed down to me automatically, which I appreciate so much, but it's like, what have I really done to kind of earn that spot and earn that place with you guys that my father has been doing? So I really feel like my place in this organization is to build that bridge between tradition, like our Shindo Jiren-ryu stuff, and then like our competition stuff. And like, I was thinking today that I would teach, just like go through our Keyhole, our Shodan Keyhole set, and just talk about oh, like this is how it should be done for a black belt test or whatever. But as she's talking, I'm thinking, oh, maybe I can show how I have approached Shingo Jiren-ryu katas to make my competition katas better. And I really want to emphasize that it is not the other way around. My competition kata did not make my Shingo Jiren-ryu kata better. It actually made it worse because you practice it in a certain way. So there's a couple things that I don't know if I have enough material because I was just thinking about it today or like in the last like couple minutes. But oh yeah, sorry.
Let me check. So Sensei Mina was saying that sorry, estaba diciendo Sensei Mina que para ella es interesante porque nosotros damos tanto respeto hacia ella por su nombre y ella no se siente siempre que ella pues debe tener este nivel de respeto de nosotros por el nombre, pero por mi opinión personal es que ella pues con su vida dedicada a Shindo Jinryu, Japan Karate Rubukai y nosotros y su papá y todo, ella sí debe de recibir nuestro apoyo y nuestro respeto, ¿no? En este sentido. Pero está comentando ahorita, escuchando nuestra familia en Alemania, que en su sesión hoy estaba pensando ahorita últimamente en cómo integrar el entrenamiento. Y una cosa clave que comentó ahorita es que para ella es muy importante que nosotros entendemos que su entrenamiento en Shindo Jinenryu es que lo ayudó a hacer las competencias y ganar y hacer el nivel de competidor que era cuando estaba compitiendo, no era al revés. O sea, lo más importante es el base que Sensei Mina tiene en Shindo Jinenryu y base ayudó mucho a ella competir al nivel de sus competencias, ¿no? Ganando y todo eso. Go ahead, Sensei Mina. Don't wait too long because I'm getting close to the OB club.
Okay. So I was wondering if I can ask, I know JKR India, I've been working with them a little bit. They have some athletes that they would like to, they're trying to develop, and they come from a Goju background. But could I ask the group from Germany, what katas are they competing in currently?
Ya, nuestra familia de Alemania, la pregunta sencilla a ustedes es, ¿qué katas están utilizando para competir?
Las niñas utilizan Empi, Kankudai, son los más que trabajan. Y yo les estoy ahorita enseñando el Bojitsu Hosho.
Okay. So I mean, you heard, and she's now teaching them Goju Shosho.
Okay. And how old is?
Y de los Shindo Shinei Ryu también, Taisabaki Shodan, Taisabaki Nidan y Taisabaki Sandan.
I don't have to translate that.
¿Cuántos años tiene athlete?
¿Cuántos años tienen sus hijas? Presentan.
Oh, it's her daughter.
Yes.
Okay.
19 tiene Lisa, que está aquí ahorita conmigo.
So who's there in the frame is 19.
Y 21 Lena, que está ahorita en Stuttgart porque va a la universidad mañana y ya se fue.
So university. Oh, okay. So 19.
Okay.
And
the other's gone to university. She starts tomorrow. She's 21.
21. So still considered junior. When does she turn 22?
21.
Yeah, but still considered junior. When does she turn 22 though?
Yeah. ¿Cuándo es su cumpleaños para cumplir 22?
En el 28 de julio.
¿Qué fecha cumple 22?
Okay.
El 28 de julio.
28th of July.
Okay. And then would be competing as a German athlete, or would be competing as a Venezuelan athlete? I guess that doesn't really matter, but okay. MP, Goju Shosho, Kankudai, beautiful. Okay. no sansai, no what else? 108 号. No? No? Okay. All right. That's fine. Okay. Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's it for me. Here, Kaicho's in the back here. I can sit.
Okay. Okay.
Kaicho.
それいいね。そのシューズ。で、
Mina, do you want to just maybe give a little debrief to Kaicho about what we've been talking about this morning? And I'm sure energy's been flowing his way. He feels very good. He should feel very proud.
Sure. 今日の朝は西野先生マリーはこの朝は本当は西野先生のセミナーだったけど、マリーはちょっと病院に入ってるの。
あ、そうなの？オーケーオーケ
ー。でみんなちょっとなんか西野先生いないから、ディスカッションして病部会どう大きくなるとか、どうやってもっと一緒に練習できるとか、でみんななんか病部会のどうやって始まったストーリーみんな話してたので、例えばボーケス
ちょっと長いからね、ちょっとブレイクして、1、2、3ぐらいに分けてやる。
もうやった。
やったの？
いや、みんなもう話してた。
So Sensei Mina, I think maybe that Kaicho, we asked 3 questions: why they joined Shindo Jinryu or Japan Karate Do Rubukai, why they stay with us, and how they see the future. And everybody, Kaicho, they're very thankful for your teachings and everything that you've provided as a platform. And now with Sensei Mina, but it's been incredible to hear everybody around the world very thankful to be a part of the family that you've created. So, ありがとうございます。
みんなその3つの質問があった。どうやってシノジ伝流を見つかったの？そしてどうしてまだ練習してるの？シノジ伝流まだ練習してるの？そしてそのシノジ伝流のフューチャーどうやって見てますか？で今はそれみんなもう話してたの。でJohnny Aguilar spoke, and then Randy Hendershot. そして Mark Carter, そのカンサス、Paul Belle-Isle。
バハマ。
ポール先生のチャイルディの生徒を話した。I'm sorry, Sensei Paul, I forgot your student's name.
My student's name?
Yeah.
Brian.
Brian. Brian. で、Brian はストーリーから来て、で、その話をして。
Sensei Volkis in Australia.
Sensei Volkis, Australia. そしてバハマス、
Sensei Chin.
そしてドイツ。最初はベネズエラからドイツにして。I just said Germany, and then did I hit everybody? Did I name everybody? So this is Jonathan.
Okay. そしたらね、
I believe so.
どのようにしたか言わないとのことは、
I'm just translating.
Me too.
日の場合で聞くから、それでいいと思って、今度は僕のオピニオンを話します。Hi, everybody.
Hello, Kaicho.
Okay. One is I don't want to all the time same to other organization. 僕はいつもね、 先を読んで行動してるって。
So he was saying that, well, you understood the first part is that he doesn't like to copy other organizations, but he likes to, he always wants to be on the forefront, always pushing for progress. And the way he does that is by looking at what other people are doing, but also researching of what has been done and what's worked, and then moving forward and making good decisions from there, based on science. I'm just kidding.
Kaicho
That
está
was for Paul.
comentando
That's
que
just-
para él es muy importante. Oh,
No, I'm just kidding. The science part
Sorry?
was just for Paul. Sensei Paul and I agree on a lot of things.
okay. No, Kaicho está comentando y Sensei Mina que siempre era muy importante para él a ver que los otros estilos están haciendo bien y mal y tratar de siempre hacer lo mejor que puede para seguir creciendo nuestra familia, nuestro estilo, y le gusta siempre asegurar que estamos haciendo lo mejor posible para nuestra familia mundial. Go ahead, Kaicho.
昨日説明したのが for example 日本ではある程度もう上上がっていったらもう OB としてあまり稽古しないの。それは良くないのでお父さんが昨日説明したように OB 会のようなものを作ってオーガナイズしたらもっと OB の人が話し合っていろんなことを勉強するようになると思うね。
Okay, so he wanted to reiterate what he said yesterday, the idea of this old OB, this old boy kind of program. So in Japan, a lot of times what happens is that they graduate and then like maybe a few years go by and they basically kind of stop training. And so that's what he wants to touch on is that, again, like this OB program, like he would like the people in that group to make sure to continue to train, but also training is going to look a little different from what they were used to as like an athlete, or if they were younger, or before injuries, or etc.
Kaicho está comentando otra vez lo mismo que ayer, que es importante que como estamos creciendo, y es importante seguir entrenando y buscar la forma de entrenar y no dejar el entrenamiento, porque mucha gente, ese es tenemos que cambiar el nombre, pero el OB Club, que es muy importante que seguimos entrenando en los 40, 50, 60, 70 y no dejar a entrenar y hacer lo posible para seguir entrenando y buscar la manera de seguir entrenando.
それで2つ目は両部会の空手っていうのはいろんなスタイルの基本型が入っているの。だから他の人が両部会の空手をやるのにはイージーと簡単に取り込むことができる。だからそういう意味でも自分が率先していろんなことを OB 会を作ってそれで将来のこともみんなで話し合うようにしたい。両部会の神道知念流の練習法方とかにはよそのスタイルのものもだいぶ入ってるの。だからそれを勉強するにはよそから来ても簡単に両部会に入会できるってこと。それを共通して。
So, Kaicho was saying that Shinno Jiden-ryu, like the way it sort of has how it originated was like through a lot of collaboration and training with other styles, and so that's kind of how Shinno Jiden-ryu came about. And so he's saying that there's so many kind of like
maybe similar characteristics with other styles, and so it's very easy for other people to join Ryobukai, which is like a really good, it's a very positive thing because it brings ideas like from outside, like from maybe what we're used to and a different perspective into our organization. And then from there, that's where he's saying like in this OB club, there could be lots of really good discussion about maybe better ways of doing things or using other organizations as an example of how to do things, but also how not to do things. A lot of people can be, they don't necessarily need to be part of this organization for so long, but they can still contribute in a really valuable way.
Kaicho está comentando que él se siente que somos una familia que la gente puede fácilmente integrar con nosotros porque nuestro estilo de artes marciales es muy abierto y muy parecido a muchos otros estilos. Tenemos estilos involucrados, ¿no? Incorporados. Entonces, él está esperando que nosotros seguimos creciendo toda la plataforma y seguimos, y el pensamiento otra vez del OB Club es básicamente, si llega gente de otros estilos, nos pueden también ayudar a crecer en la manera de compartir con nosotros sus experiencias, los buenos y malos, ¿no? Yo creo que esa es una forma muy importante para nosotros seguir creciendo y buscar gente de otros estilos que quieren formar parte de nuestra familia.
それとあと3つ目は自分が1969年にアメリカへ初めて来たのね。その時にアメリカの人とか海外の人を見た場合に指導方法を変えました。
So he's talking about when he came to the U.S. in 1969, he saw how they were teaching karate here in the U.S. and changed it.
なぜ変えたかというと、
Go ahead.
Sorry. So Kaicho, when he came, sorry. Cuando Kaicho llegó en 1969 a California, a Estados Unidos, vio la manera que estaban muchos estilos de karate enseñando las artes marciales y cambió totalmente esto, es la estructura y la manera de enseñar. Yo personalmente creo que era gran parte de su personalidad, ¿no? Y su potencial como ser humano, pero muy importante su pensamiento en eso. Kaicho.
それでもう一つ言うこと、なぜ変えたかというのを説明します。アメリカの人間を見た場合にみんな背が高くて足が長くて猫足立ちっていうのをできなかったの。これはハワードさんに聞いてみなさい。ハワードさんは僕の最初の生徒であるからハワードさんはその歴史をよく見てるはずです。
So when he came to the U.S., he saw that Americans were big with long legs, and so they were not able to adequately perform nekwashidachi. And then he said that Sensei Hai is a great example because he was one of his first students, and so probably experienced this. Except I've seen Sensei Hai do nekwashi, so he must have looked at it. He is a big American, though.
Kaicho está comentando cuando llegó a Estados Unidos, los americanos no estaban haciendo bien los dachis de Nikoashi Dachi y otros técnicas, pero cuando llegó Sensei Hai a entrenar con él, rápidamente entendió cómo hacerlo mejor, en una mejor forma.
それで小西先生とディスカッションを2年か3年間ぐらい続けましたよね。それで
So then he discussed this issue with Konishi Sensei for, he's saying, for about 2 years.
Kaicho discutió el tema de en Estados Unidos la forma que estaban haciendo algunas técnicas y dachis, y discutieron como 2 años cómo mejorar.
そして小西先生が言った言葉、今から言うことをきちっと皆さん覚えてくださいね。それ言って小西先生は許可を出しますと、チェンジ山崎は山崎の指導方法でやりなさいと小西先生が許可をくれたの、ね、だから小西先生私はあなたの将来を見たいってだから俺は今頑張ってるの。
What happened is that Konishi, first generation Soukei Konishi Sensei said, okay, fine, I'm going to watch you and like push your version of the syllabus to adapt for more American bodies. And Konishi Sensei entrusted him with this task. And so he's saying, and this is why he continues to work really hard, because he was given that trust and he wants to repay that.
That's very important. Kaicho está comentando que después de los 2 años de platicar y reportar a Soukei Konishi primera generación, y dio pues dio la manera a Kaicho a enseñar y desarrollar una forma de enseñar a los americanos su entrenamiento en karate. Y por eso, de todos estos años atrás hasta ahora, él se siente responsable a seguir ayudando el crecimiento mundial de Shindo Jinryu y Japan Karate Do Ryobukai. Y hasta esta fecha, hasta hoy, se siente responsable de todo eso. Kaicho.
そしてアイデアとして今はっきり言うことはね、インストラクターとスチューデントをね、日本では差別をしてこう見るの。ところが僕の場合はそうしないということは一つ。みんなでディスカッションしてみんなで決めていくというのをやったんですよ。
So one of the things that he didn't agree with in Japan was that it was always going to be instructors and students, and even within like black belts, there was always going to be this sort of separation by experience or by age or whatever it is. And he said that he doesn't like that. He always wants it to be a group effort with like everyone has some sort of say in what is happening.
Kaicho está comentando que tradicionalmente en Japón era muy marcado la definición y que los más grandes de edad o más alto de nivel manejaba y enseñaba todo. Su manera de pensar es muy importante. Yo creo que como estamos haciendo hoy en día, hoy justamente esta discusión que estamos teniendo. Él quiere escuchar de todos, él quiere que forma parte de una familia y seguir creciendo, escuchando a los demás, escuchando qué se necesita, qué tenemos que hacer para seguir creciendo Japan Karate Do Ryobukai.
Okay, one last thing he'd like to say.
そしてこれはラストになるから昨日言ったことOB 会を作るということそれとルールによって当のスポーツの空手はどんどん変わってくるからそれをあまり変わらないでいいものはいいということでやるのはどうしていいか今考えています。ルールによってねスポーツ空手は戦い方がどんどん違ってくる変化してくるそれをねやらないのにはどうしたらいいかみんなでディスカッションしたいと思っています。
その試合出る人
のために、
その練習やり方とか、
そうシステムについてね。
でみんなルール見てくださいってそういう意味？
そうどのように変わってるか勉強しなさいって。
Okay, so his last thing is that OB group, please stay in touch with. So he's saying that, for competition purposes, the rules are constantly changing, and so the ways of training and what is going to be more valuable or what have you is going to be changing, and so he's hoping that he would, or not hoping, but he's asking the OB group to continue to stay in touch with that change, and it's happening really fast, and so he's asking OB group to stay in touch with that, so that group can be mentors to those that are up and coming athletes or instructors that would be instructing athletes.
Kaicho está comentando que pues obviamente en competencia las cosas siguen cambiando y van a seguir cambiando mucho en los meses y años y décadas que vienen y por eso está comentando que se siente que es muy importante que el grupo de OB Group, we have to find another name, but ellos pueden seguir ayudando a las computadoras y pueden ellos seguir los cambios que están sucediendo cuando suceden para poder tener un grupo de Japan Karate Ryobukai entrenando y compitiendo en un nivel muy alto, como comentó ayer Kaicho de las Olimpiadas, ¿no? Es lo mismo tema. Kaicho.
All right, he just said one last thing.
今度はみんなで考えなさいって。日本で私の場合ねは公認8段を取って両部会神道自然流は9段で今会長の仕事をしてます。だけども両部会から離れない理由があるの2つか3つそれを皆さん考えてください。俺は絶対に両部会をやめない。
みんなの理由
みんながね考えるのは会長の山崎さんは公認8段そして自然流9段になっても両部会から離れて自分でやらないそれには3つか2つの理由があるからそれを皆さん考えてくださいってこれは宿題
お父さんの理由自分の理由
みんながなんでお父さんは出ないのかっていうその理由を考えて
Okay, so his last thing is for everyone to. So he's saying that he received he received his JKR 8th dan, and then he's currently Shinno Jinenryu 9th dan, and he's been Ryobukai his whole life, and he will remain Ryobukai his whole life. And he's asking everyone to think about that, as to give, or like just to think about 1 or 2 reasons why he will always be Ryobukai. This is everyone's homework.
それを考え
Kaicho está comentando que hoy en día tiene 8º dan y 9º dan Shindo Jinenryu, y él va a seguir en Shindo Jinenryu Japan Karate Ryobukai por el resto de su vida, y su pregunta es ¿por qué? Está preguntando por qué va a quedar toda su vida con la misma familia. Sensei Mina, so the question again is, why is Kaicho staying? Why are we going to stay?
I know, so I asked him to clarify that too. So he wants people to think about why he has stayed.
Okay. Él está preguntando a todos nosotros por qué quedó él con Konishi Soke Sensei y siguió tantas décadas en Shindo Jinenryu.
まだじゃあ帰るんだ。OK。はい、ちょっと待ってね。はい、またディスカッションして。こっちにはもう一グループに。
He said, "Okay, continue." Oh. Everyone show your dogs now. Go. Everyone go find your dogs and show them, please, immediately. It looks like, put him to the side and he looks like he's in the witness protection program. It's like all blurry. Godzilla.
There's a Godzilla.
Oh, Venezuela is petting each other. Joel, I would like to see your animal. Okay, yeah, no, not that, Sensei Jonathan. That's not that animal. Oh my. Sensei Brandy, look at your German Shepherd. Oh my goodness. Don't show me a cat. I don't want to see a cat because I don't know what cats are thinking ever. And I like cats. I don't mind cats. But I don't like that they're always kind of plotting my death. Hi. Don't show me your cat, Sensei. Hi.
There's one here.
Is there a cat there? Oh gosh. Hamster.
This one's Roxy.
Oh, I know. Okay, so I guess Sensei High right now is supposed to be run pre-recorded videos.
Yeah, so right now we'll take a 1 hour break and we'll be back. And then, Sensei Mina, you will be starting.
Yes, so we're coming back at 11?
Well, for you.
On the hour.
1 hour from now.
1 hour from now. Oh, 11, yeah, 11 o'clock for me, that's what I meant, yeah.
Vamos a tomar un break de 1 hora, entonces no vamos a poner 1 hora porque pues estamos todos en diferentes horas en el mundo, ¿no? Pero en 1 hora regresamos para seguir con este Winter Gasshuku 2021 con Sensei Mina y Yamazaki.
That's how long it takes me to warm up, so I'll get started on that.
I'll see you all back in 1 hour.
Nos vemos en 1 hora. Muchas gracias.
Maybe there's enough room to at least do a few forward. Steve Marriott in your Marriott hotel. I don't know how many times people have made that joke to you, but so we'll probably do 2 going forward and 2 going backwards. Okay. So everyone. Just the first couple sets are going to be nice and easy, just to kind of like move our bodies a little bit. Okay. So everyone feels good. Okay. And yo. Okay. So from here, let's go Zenkutsu Tachigedabarai. Am I dead? Okay. And the first one that I'd like to do is I'd like to. Oh, my assistant getting still. Okay, so the first one we're going to do is going forward. Sotouke, gyakuzuki, uchiuke, gyakuzuki. Okay? So everybody, nice and easy first. Okay? Ready? H. Sotouke, gyakuzuki, uchiuke, gyakuzuki. And step forward again if you have space. H. Sotouke, gyakuzuki, uchiuke, gyakuzuki. Good. Okay, let's go backwards. Ready? H. Sotouke, gyakuzuki, uchiuke. Okay, backwards. Nip. Sotouke, gyakuzuki, uchiuke, gyakuzuki. Okay, so we're gonna do that one more set. And first thing I'd like you to kind of look out for is not cutting through here, but going around the arm. Okay, and then when you do uchiuke, opening this up, and then closing, and then gyakuzuki. So when I do uchiuke and I close, I call this closing, but closing this position here, I'm turning this portion of my body. So keep an eye out for your knee, that your knee doesn't cave in. So the knee can go forward or backwards, not cave in, not like that. Okay? So just keep an eye out on that. So let's
Mire,
go.
que está explicando Centefino ahorita es el movimiento completo que está haciendo, cubriendo todo el cuerpo y rotando el cuerpo sin mover la rodilla del frente. La rodilla del frente puede ir adelante, atrás, arriba, abajo, pero no puede ir adentro o afuera. Ahí.
Okay, ready? So we're gonna go forward maybe like a 60% here. So just make sure you can feel the snap, like a little bit of power, but not too much, okay? All right, going forward, and H. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Then this uchiuke, be careful of this kind of action here, right? We want to bring it across, and the twisting portion is what we're looking for, okay? All right, and forward. Nicely done. Okay, backwards. Good. Backwards. Nick. Good. You may relax. Okay. Bring our arms forward, back and forth. Good. Let's shake the legs out. Get it like a nice kind of like circular movement in that hip area. Okay, great. All right, let's do 2 more different Keyhole sets. Okay. So okay. So this is actually my favorite one. Okay. So my favorite one is uchiuke, shift to kibadachi and uchi, uraken, back to zenkutsudachi gyakuzuki. That's my favorite one. Okay. So if I ever yell that out in the done test and I say do my favorite Keyhole set or Keyhole combination, this is the one. I will give you bonus points. Actually, the test is not on a point system, so it doesn't actually mean anything. Okay, ready? Okay, slow first. And H, uchiuke. Kibadachi and uchi. Uraken. Back to zenkutsudachi, gyakuzuki. Good. Okay, forward. Knee. Sunk. Sit. Okay, backwards. Knee. Sunk. Sit. Okay, backwards. Knee. Sunk. Sit. Good. Yo. Oh, it looks like people are still coming in. Alrighty. Okay, so the reason this is one of my favorite techniques or combinations to practice, it shows a lot when I see somebody execute this combination. It shows me a lot. Shows me balance, and so Suchu Sen, which is balance, timing of upper and lower body, and the understanding of the execution of the technique. So it shows me kind of, Sensei Jonathan, if you could translate that for me, please.
Sí, la importancia de esto es los tiempos de las técnicas y el movimiento completo que está enseñando Sensei Mina ahorita es muy importante.
Okay, so what I mean by that is, well, just one second. I have to move kind of fast, so I don't want to ask everything. So you sit down. Do you help Mina? She's crying. So my job here is done. I made her cry. It took me about a day, but All right. So what I'm talking about here is one, shifting from one stance to another. It has to be done a certain way. So you have to make sure that your body stays in a static position. So sometimes what I see is a little bit of this, and then this, and then when we go back to Zenkutsudachi, it's like this, and then like that. So there's all this extra movement that's happening, meaning the Suchu Sen, or like that access, or like stacking your body, is not done correctly.
Que está diciendo es muy importante el Suitu Sen de la línea central del cuerpo. Entonces, cuando hacemos un movimiento, no estamos haciendo esto, pero para mantener nuestro centro, el cuerpo recto.
Sensei Mina, there's a question from Sensei Ojeda in the chat regarding where the Uchiuke passes on the line of the shoulder.
Where the Uchiuke passes on the line of the shoulder?
I think he's asking on does it go to the opposite shoulder or further as you turn?
Can you show me that again, Paul? I wasn't looking at the when you first.
I think he's asking, does it go to here or past the shoulder as it comes around? Or potentially is it up here? I'm not sure. It's one of those two. Maybe we can get Sensei Ojeda to ask directly.
It was me, from Marina. Hold on, just 1 second. Just 1 second.
Okay. Sí, estamos ubicando.
¿Cuál es la pregunta?
Okay, my question is the following. O mi pregunta es la siguiente. Estoy observando que el puño no está quedando justo en línea con el hombro cuando hacemos un shuke. Not just in front of the shoulder. So, estoy viendo que el puño pasa, ¿ok? Entonces, ese pasar un poco más allá se parece mucho a una técnica Shito, que Shito pasa, perfecto, pero creo estar entendiendo según lo que veo que pasa gracias a la rotación de la cadera y no propiamente a que lo dejo ir por el brazo, sino que hago por el handmie. Is that right? It's my question.
Sensei Mina, can you see? You saw what he was doing? Entonces, so basically, So,
I don't know if she is watching me. We are using.
Sensei Mina, you're on mute, Sensei Mina.
I used to do this, okay? I used to do this, and my hand is in front of my shoulder. But I'm washing here the hand passes away, okay? It passes.
Hey.
Okay, Martin Maldonado, nice to see you. I have a question for you though, all right? I'm gonna question right back at you. You can tell I'm in therapy because I put it right back at you.
Great.
So, if you do uchiuke like this and you stop in front of this shoulder, what sort of block are you doing right now? Tell me.
Can you translate, please?
Ineffective. No, está preguntando si tú haces o tú uchiuke y terminas aquí enfrente de este hombro, el mismo lado del brazo, estás dejando todo abierto.
During all my life, I have been doing this one, just in front of my shoulder.
Okay.
So, all his life he's been practicing it that way?
Yeah, that's why we...
That sucks, Martin. That sucks because I'm about to ruin your life right now. Are you ready?
Yeah.
So that's incorrect, my friend.
Okay.
So, okay. But it kind of depends.
I understand.
So there may have, I'm just kidding. So there may have been a little bit of a misunderstanding, right? So you want to use your body as a template. Also, who is your sensei? No, I'm just kidding. Don't answer that question. I don't want to know who taught you that. So if you use your body as a template here, your sensei could have been saying that the height of the block should be your shoulder height here. That may have been where the misunderstanding came to be. A lot of times we will be teaching most likely to bring this hand to the opposite shoulder because we want to make sure to block the center line area. We always want to cover center line because the center line is the most vulnerable area. I think, Sensei John, I think maybe that should be...
Entonces, ¿qué está comentando Sensei Mina? Es muy importante no parar el uchiuke o sotuke aquí, el mismo brazo, hombro, pero cruzar la línea central del cuerpo.
Okay, and also from a Zenkutsudachi position, you could be practicing hammi, right? So it could be being done this way, like in front of this shoulder, but then they ask you to turn your body to make sure that this block works. So right now, this hand is in front of my shoulder, but I've turned my body to make sure that my center line is protected, right? So the important part of uchiuke is making sure that this portion is blocked, right? So whether it's like this, and then with your whole body, or with your arm coming across the body.
What way?
Sensei Mina está explicando. Adelante.
Ambas maneras están bien, pero la idea es bloquear centro del cuerpo, ya sea por el brazo simplemente o por el giro de la cadera.
Correcto.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Gracias.
Now, everybody knows that you don't know how to do uchiuke though, so that's kind of embarrassing, but thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Martin, I appreciate you, man. I really appreciate you. Okay. All right, so let's continue. So we're gonna go forward now. So everyone, we're gonna do it together, okay? So one movement at a time. So we're gonna step forward uchiuke first, okay? Ready, everybody? And little power, little speed here. Let's pick it up a little bit. Ready? Okay. Next is MPUG. Uraken. So. Okay, Gakuzuki. Sit. Good. Okay, so two things, or actually we're one thing to remember here. So remember what Sensei Paul taught yesterday, right? Now, I'm going to break that down a little bit more, and Sensei Paul, like, tell me if you don't agree, okay? So this is now, we might see it slightly differently, but Sensei Paul showed this kind of pulling action, right? So think about the hikite. Yeah, 100% I agree with that, okay? Now, the part that I have an issue with when I see this being done is, okay, so let's talk about like, this is an advanced technique. So let's talk about the like more beginner side of it first, even though it's an advanced technique, okay? So it's still advanced, but I'm gonna talk about like if I first am teaching it to somebody. So if I'm first teaching it to somebody, after uraken, I ask them to create this. This is not a Zenkutsudachi, but I asked him to kind of create this balance. So I call it creating balance, right? We're still in transition. So if you've been doing this technique for years and years and years, this is a transition position for you, okay? If you just learned this technique, this is kind of a stance, okay? Here, and then once you've created this kind of this balance, then finish the technique. But kime is upper, lower, and then feeling. That is kind of my definition of kime, is it's going to be upper body, lower body, the extremities. And then also like the energy that goes into that technique all come together and finish together. Right? So,
Sensei Mina está comentando ahorita que hay una transición entre Kibodachi y Zenkutsudachi en esta técnica que está enseñando, y a ella le gusta enseñar parando en el medio, encontrando un punto de balance antes de jalar el codo por atrás y golpear Gyakuzuke.
Now, so Sensei Paul, make sure I'm not putting words in your mouth, but what I think Sensei Paul showed you yesterday was the advanced version, right? Assuming that everybody understands the timing of the upper and lower body, everything needs to finish at the same time, and the kime, and his focus was about how to execute that with like the most efficiency, but it's already with the understanding that upper and lower body and the technique must finish with kime at the same time. Sensei Paul, is that right?
Yeah, I would say it is. And so, but my biggest concern with what I called out yesterday, actually, let me pause there. Jonathan, do you want to translate Mina's question?
Yeah.
Since Mina's question is not responded.
Entonces, Sensei Mina está preguntando o diciendo su punto de vista a lo que enseñó Sensei Paul ayer en su seminario, y explicando que ella está haciendo de una manera intermediado o principiante para empezar a entender cómo funciona el movimiento y cómo obtener el balance sobre este movimiento. Y también preguntó a Sensei Paul si en su opinión que él estaba enseñando ayer era algo como más avanzado cuando un alumno entiende kime, que es juntando la energía, juntando el parte de arriba y parte de abajo del cuerpo y terminando en un momento. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jonathan. So yeah, I would largely agree with that, Sensei Mina. So the context for my comments was largely about the audience that we have here, which are more advanced students.
Yeah.
So I agree. Teach what we need to teach in order to get the basis for the movement, and then go to what I taught yesterday. My concern is that too many instructors are not taking that next step. And so you're seeing Shodan, Nidan, Sandan still doing stuff like this, right? Stepping over.
We can't see your lower body.
Yeah. My concern is that too many seniors are doing this. And that's incorrect, right? Because you want to have the body weight all finish at the same time. So once the basics are there, which is fine, you can move at the same time, really start to get to hiki-hiji so that it all happens at the same time and you're maximizing your force. And once you have good balance, this is actually an easier way to use Suichusen, and the technique becomes faster, more powerful, and easier. So we just have to make sure we go to that version at some point.
Okay.
Que está diciendo Sensei Paul es que sí, que él enseñó ayer es básicamente el parte avanzado de la técnica cuando uno entiende cómo funciona el cuerpo para llegar ahí, ¿no? Al final, y buscando obviamente hacerlo en una manera lo más eficiente y con más poder y fuerza.
Okay, all right, good. So, okay, so what I'm asking today is making sure that that balance is created and then the hand technique is executed so that upper and lower body finish at the same time. Now, it may start off as 2 counts, right? So it may start off as each knee, right? Each. That's a lot of kime, right? The dogs are getting mad. Then, as that becomes better and better and better with practice, it's going to become 1 count, but it's like each, like that, right? It's almost like, so your legs are longer and slower than your arms. Sensei Fabio said that yesterday, and I was like, ooh, right, that's correct. Lower body is going to be, it's going to take a little bit longer. So the lower body starts ever so slightly first, but it's still 1 count. That finish has to be the same. And that practice, you have to practice that over and over and over. So if you do any sort of weightlifting or you do anything in the gym, you better get your booty back into the dojo and practice this, because your timing with your upper and lower body are suddenly going to become very different. Okay?
Aquí está comentando Sensei Mina es que la diferencial, como nos mencionó ayer Fabio en su clase, el cuerpo, parte del cuerpo de abajo de las piernas, la cadena, mueven más lento que el parte de arriba, los brazos. Entonces, si estás entrenando mucho fuerza en el gimnasio, con pesas, con la parte de abajo del cuerpo, también puede ser más lento. Entonces, otra vez el chiste aquí es de encontrar la manera de terminar al mismo momento desarrollando el kime.
Okay. So where you
Mina,
see
may I
that,
make one more comment?
yeah.
May I make one more comment? So I agreed with everything. The getting the timing between the upper and lower body is so important. I think where people get challenged with what I showed yesterday, with going from here into the technique, is that it feels like you're going to fall, mentally you're worried you're going to fall over. But if you trust the technique, if you sit your weight in your hips, if you use Suichu Sen, it's actually easier. So try this, because then you don't have to worry about, is my lower body starting too soon before my upper body, or vice versa, or do I have to worry about that? If you start from here, this movement moves your lower body for you. It's easy. It looks like it's hard. It feels challenging, but if you get yourself to do it, it actually solves all of these problems.
Está diciendo lo mismo otra vez, que hay que utilizar, entender el movimiento del cuerpo y unir el parte de arriba del cuerpo con el parte bajo del cuerpo, las piernas. Y a veces cuando uno está empezando a hacer la transición entre Kibodash y Zenkutsu-dash, se puede sentir que van a perder balance en el proceso, pero uno tiene que tener confianza en uno mismo que no va a suceder.
Okay, so I'm going to say something that is 100% my opinion and maybe very, very controversial. So, of course, like Kaicho is promoting lots of discussion. So I'm really open to having this discussion with everybody. So I'm going to say something that as we get more advanced, Suichu Sen does not have to be the center of your body. Go, discuss. Sensei Jonathan, can you
Sensei Mina está diciendo su punto de vista en lo que cuando uno está más avanzado en los artes marciales, Suichu Sen no tiene que permanecer en el centro del cuerpo. Está poniendo a todos para discusión. Si alguien tiene preguntas sobre este pensamiento de Sensei Mina, porque hemos siempre pensado y platicado que Suichu Sen es la línea central del cuerpo que pasa por nuestro cuerpo, y sobre esta línea hacemos movimientos, taizabaki, movimientos, cambiamos de dirección. Sensei Mina ahora está comentando que en su opinión no tiene que permanecer, it doesn't have to stay in the middle as we understood it.
Okay, and so the reason
Comentarios, preguntas.
So the reason that I'm saying that is because what Sensei Paul and I are showing you is we're basically using one leg. So this is now advanced, right? We're no longer using both legs, okay? But we're assuming that there has been so much practice done that you can still have the same amount of torque, power, and everything generated and now only use one leg, right? So this other leg is here because obviously it's here, but I'm kind of like this. Like I'm finishing this technique.
Mina está comentando que en un pensamiento, filosofía más avanzada, en principiantes, en los primeros años de entrenar, siempre basamos nuestros movimientos, nuestro balance en las dos piernas. Que está comentando, can you show us again? Enseñando ahorita, es que cuando uno está más avanzada, muchas veces estamos sobre una pierna.
Right?
Preguntas
so, but if you
o comentarios.
Watch me do this, and you watch me do this, it's pretty similar, right? But I'm picking my leg up off the ground. But so it takes some practice, and I didn't always think this way, but it takes a little bit of practice. But in order to make that, in order to get that torque in that body, but take it to like another level, think about as if we only had one leg.
Lo que está diciendo Sensemina ahorita es que para avanzar y para sobrepasar este nivel, hay que pensar a veces que nada más tenemos una pierna, pero tenemos que generar el mismo balance sobre nuestro movimiento de punto A a punto B y el mismo fuerza también durante y terminando la técnica. ¿Preguntas? Let's see if they have any questions. Okay.
So, and the reason why this sort of works is because I took my Suchusen here and then pretend that I only have using only one side of my body. Now my Suchusen is here, right? In order to like create that balance, right? So that's why I'm saying Suchusen is not always centered. As you practice different techniques and you're trying to make them faster, stronger, more efficient, you're trying to take it to the next level. Now it's like, well, how do you do that? Let's think about moving our Suchusen and using different parts of our body in a different way that maybe we haven't really thought about before.
Que está comentando otra vez es sobre el movimiento. Can you show us again as I talk, please? Que a veces cuando uno está en one leg, en una pierna, el Suitusen quedamos normalmente en dos piernas, un balance total, con el Suitusen quedando en el centro del cuerpo. Pero si se termina hacia un lado, go one leg again, su Suitusen mueve con ella sobre su pierna, ¿no? Entonces se puede mover el Suitusen manteniéndose el balance en una pierna nomás. ¿Preguntas? I think there's question.
Okay.
Me, Sensei Martin, once again. In my knowledge of biomechanics and understanding the human movement, I think Suchusen must be aligned with the center of gravity. Okay, el Suchusen debe estar en línea con el centro de gravedad, no única exclusivamente con eso. Pienso que esa es la razón fundamental. This is the elementary reason of the meaning of this question today. Okay, you are talking about if we have just one leg, of course, the center of gravity moves to the other side to keep it stable. Okay, so we need to move our Suchusen where the center of gravity is. For example, during the transitions, the center of gravity of our body is not just in the center. No, it is in other point that is not just the center. So in that point must be the Suchusen in that case, not in Japanese. How we call.
So you're agreeing, right?
I'm smart.
Yeah.
Right.
No, but thank you for bringing like your science into it. You know, we really like science here. So these are like really bad jokes that I'm not sure are hitting, but I'm just looking at Paul and he's like, yeah, and I'm like, yeah, Paul, me and you, buddy. Like, okay. Hi, Sensei Randy. Hi, how are you? Okay, so but first things first, like what I always like to say is that you have to know the rules before you break the rules. We're not really breaking the rules here, but like basically we've been told our whole lives, Suchu-sen is in the center, Suchu-sen is in the center. We also say things like, keep your body stacked, right? Sensei Johnny's camera just suddenly went upside down, but so it's like keep your body in a stacked position. But I know that for like a sport, in order to kind of like push forward in my sport, when I would do a gakuzuki, like a reverse punch, I would not keep my body completely upright like this. In order to kind of gain a little bit more, I would lean my body forward and I would lean my head forward, right? But when it comes to like safety and proper balance and like proper body mechanics and like kind of stuff like that, you don't really want to lean your head forward, right? Because you're sort of out of balance. But we want to be out of balance so that gravity can kind of help us and pull us forward to be a little bit faster. But first, you have to know what it is to stack your body and be correct first before we start doing that. So what that means is keyhole, 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 always. So wherever Germany is, that's my information for you.
Que está expresando ahorita, Termina, es que sí tenemos que empezar a entender el Keyhole primero, los básicos primero para obtener el balance y buscar este Suitusen que está en el medio del cuerpo cuando tienes los dos piernas plantados en el piso. Pero para llegar a un nivel más hacia allá y competir, a veces, como enseñó ahorita, can you show us that again, your Gyakuzuke leaning forward? Cuando está compitiendo, a veces su cuerpo no era recto, era un poco inclinado al frente, como está enseñando ahorita, pero no perdió su yusen. Thank you.
Okay. And so let me relate the first part of a Suchusen, the movement of Suchusen. So for example, from Germany, she said that our katas were Eki and Kankudai. So Kankudai has this characteristic in it where we would turn, let's see, so here, so this technique here has this. Oh, Robbie, I'm not even doing anything. Okay, so that idea is this line where my hand is going. That is where I kind of want to think about my Suchusen in that position because I want it to be very fast and I want it to be very snappy. So if I do it a little bit more in a basic way and I do this, one, and I set myself like this, two, it's too slow. It's too slow, it takes extra time, or that's slow, right? It's too extra movement, extra energy. So instead, use this back leg. Don't really pay attention to the front leg. The front leg is, or what's going to become my front leg, is sort of there to just make sure that I don't fall over, right? So I keep wanting to do Bojitsu shoulders. So not quite set this, focusing on the back leg. I'm going to.
Está enfocando en la pierna trasera, no en el pierna de frente cuando hace su movimiento. Again.
So this front leg is there so that I don't fall over. But it's this back leg, this, that I want to focus on.
Sí, la pierna recta de atrás que está generando la energía y el esfuerzo. Y el pierna de frente cuando hace uno el movimiento, el rotación, es ahí nada más para no caerse.
And right now I'm watching people kind of turn like this. So you don't want to have like outer, like things sort of outside of the plane of your body to kind of like throw off your balance, right? This is going to be as straight as possible. So not too much like outside, not too much like.
Mantener tus brazos adentro del cuerpo cuando hacen el movimiento. No sacan los brazos, las manos afuera, porque te puede ocasionar perder balance.
Okay, so
Everybody's trying.
so that can be practiced. So even though this is like a much smaller, it's kind of like just like a 90-degree turn with your body going in this direction to this direction. The other one is more of a 180 turn, right? But that feeling can still be practiced. So you could still kind of catch that timing and that practice by the Keyhole set. So even if you don't have a lot of room in your house to practice Kung Fu Dai fully, you can still get like a good kind of like idea of what your body should feel like by practicing this one Keyhole movement. Okay?
¿Qué está diciendo Sensei Mina? Could you demonstrate again while I took the Keyhole from today? So, que está diciendo Sensei Mina otra vez es, si no tenemos mucho espacio en estos días que estamos algunas encerrados o entrenando en casa, lo importante es buscar la manera de mantener tu balance y generar la fuerza y el kime sobre la técnica, pero no perdiendo el balance en el transición. Y mantenerse en mente, si estamos muy avanzados, más avanzados, que el Suitusen no tiene que quedarse en el medio de las dos piernas siempre. Se puede mover.
Okay, and so now I wanted to talk about Kaisabaki Nidan is especially kind of helpful for shifting your weight, so transitioning from having your weight on the back, or going from forward to back and back to forward. The most common competition kata I see that sort of transition is Papuden. So Papuden starts off with it's like, how does it finish? Like, boom, like this, and then you turn, weight is forward. When I say forward, I mean the front leg is bent, but your weight is sort of, Suitusen is always kind of in the center, okay? So boom, and then back, and then forward. So that back and forth sort of motion, and then you can always tell, like, oh, this is a skilled athlete, this is not a skilled athlete, from that little transition there. Athletes, kata athletes everywhere, everyone does the same kata, but it's the transition and the timing of the transition that sets everybody apart.
La diferencia entre karateka o atletas que están compitiendo, que está diciendo Sensei Mina, que casi todos hacen la misma kata, las mismas katas, son los tiempos en las transiciones y el balance en las transiciones.
So what's really beautiful about Taisabaki Nidan is Taisabaki Nidan starts off forward, back, then forward. And that's like a big step forward, right? So there's like this kind of long, it feels like there's a lot of time that passes when you go from here all the way to stepping forward. So it's even more difficult than Papuden. Papuden is one, back, forward. So it's the same leg that stays forward. So I really love Taisabaki Nidan. So anytime we were doing a Ryokukai training camp or whatever, and we did Taisabaki Nidan, it's always very focused on trying to shorten that length of time that I go from here moving forward without like kind of giving up without giving up like the integrity of the kata, right? So a lot of times I see people do this here, and then they'll go like that in order to kind of get rid of that timing, right? Which is not correct. So you want to go from here and then be patient. Be patient. Here, right?
Está diciendo Sensei Mina ahorita es que es muy importante mantenerse y quedarse en la integridad de la kata y no cambiar ciertos movimientos o quitar movimientos para llegar más rápido al siguiente kime. Es muy importante mantener el mismo formato de movimientos y no cambiarlos.
Okay, so let's all practice Taisabaki Nidan, just that one section right there. And there's kind of like this thing that happens in your brain that when you're here and you want to step forward, your brain is like, go, and your body's like, ah, and it feels like that, and that's okay because that's where you start. Okay. You don't want to translate that. That's not good. You don't want to make that noise. Is that what it is? Okay. All right, everybody, ready? So slowly first. Haraite to the left. And now, I don't have to tell you how great haraite is for your body, right? Like, so try to see. Sensei Randy, do you really just yawn right into the camera right now? Like, I can't see you. Just yawn right in my face right now. Wow. Okay. Good to go. That's not rude at all. Okay, you ready? So, haraite, and really try to use your body. Ready? Itch. Good. And so now shift the weight back, like shift the weight back. What's that stance called? Oh, ukiashidachi. Ukiashidachi. 2. Good. And then step forward here. This one, you're trying to use both legs, not just pushing off this back leg. You're really trying to use both legs. So you're kind of trying to pull this and then step forward. Ready? Neat. Good. And then, so this one, maybe you want to record yourself because as you step forward, your body may go and then your head stays back. Now, wherever your head is, that's kind of where your balance is going to be. So as much as possible, try to keep that body nice and stacked when you step forward for the attack. Okay, one more time, same side. Everybody ready? Haraite. Push. Hip. Good. Other side. Let's continue. Push. Hip. Good. Ayame. Okay. So that part of Taisabaki Shodan is really going, or Taisabaki Nidan is really going to kind of boost your whatever competition kata you decide to do, right? So, are there any questions so far on that? Paul, I see you thinking really hard right now. What can I ask Nina right now? What shenanigans is she up to?
I have a question. So, in listening to everything you've done here, Symphonina, in reference to posture and balance, one of the things that I really stress with my students is keep their ears above.
Mark, we've lost your audio.
Mark, we lost you, yeah.
Also, I feel like I don't have my contacts in, but it's just Mark Carter's. Okay.
Sorry. But long story short, keep your ears above the shoulders and the shoulders above the waist.
Yes.
So, out, out, out. That's surprised correctly.
Yes. So that is like shoulders above the ears, ears above the hips. Yes, like that. That is very helpful. Yes. I think that's a great way to, I think it's a great thing to be telling your students.
Right.
Yeah, very good. Okay. And so, okay. So now let's talk about timing. Okay. So I'm kind of like running out of time here. So, but let's talk about timing real quickly. Now, Taisabaki Shodan is the best, okay? And the reason for that is Taisabaki Shodan has this really amazing timing of, let's see, boom, then grab, and then boom, boom, that, right? So we're doing a lot of different things here. So one, we're turning on one leg again, right? So we're kind of shifting our seating so that we can do a very nice quick turn, but also the timing of the technique. So we cannot move on to the next one until we've finished the oizuki, okay? And so what happens a lot of times is we're just thinking about the next thing is that it looks like and you're not quite finished, and you're already thinking about the next technique. Sensei Jonathan?
Que está comentando Sensei Mina ahorita es muy, muy importante en Keyhole y en kata determinar 100% cada movimiento, cada dirección. Terminar tu movimiento con balance, con fuerza, con kime, antes de pensar en hacer la vuelta. Tienes que terminar cada dirección, cada técnica al 100%.
Okay, now how I can kind of relate it to like a competition style kata is a Bojitsu show, okay? So there's a bunch of different areas in Bojitsu show, because Bojitsu show is all about like the sequence of movements being done so seamlessly that it looks like the most simple kata on earth. But Bojitsu show is probably one of the most complicated katas. Then Suparinte, not as complicated as Bojitsu show, but looks incredibly complicated. It's kind of dumb like that, okay? So, for example, in Bojitsu show, there's so many different opportunities for this, but the easiest one that I can show you right now is from here, here, and then here, okay? So a lot of times what's happening is that this is not done yet, and they're already on to the next movement. He's mad with the slow movements, not the fast ones, okay? So you have to finish this first before you can take off from this one. And that's the same thing with Taisabaki Shodan. You have to finish, this needs to finish, and then we can move on to the next movement. So think about Bojisho, and even here, pam, pam, hi, even that needs to be finish and then move on. There is, you can see it, like an athlete, anybody can play that. I'm gonna say anybody, but like you can see when the technique is not quite complete and they've already moved on to the next movement. It's very obvious. The only person who's getting tricked is maybe the athlete who's performing the kata themselves. They don't know that they're doing it, maybe, right? It's super obvious. So, Taisabaki Shodan, finishing, and it's just a split second, and then move on to the next movement. Okay?
Very much like what Kaicho was saying yesterday, one movement, one technique.
What? What's that guy? What's that guy talking about?
Sí, lo mismo que está comentando Kaicho ayer, básicamente que terminamos cada técnica, un movimiento, una técnica.
Okay, so that is my time, and well, the schedule is all. I keep looking at the schedule. The schedule is all off. So everybody, skip. That. Arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you very much for your time and participation.
Thank you, Sensei Mina.
And listening.
Sensei Howard Hi is next.
Okay, how is my audio?
Perfect.
Okay, good. All right, go ahead. I'm now go ahead and highlight myself. Spotlight, that is. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or whatever time you have in your time zone. Thank you for showing up this early or late, whatever. Just being here is the biggest step ever. Participating, doing things to better yourself and hopefully your students because of this too.
Dice, muchas gracias por estar con nosotros. Sí, es buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas noches o cualquier hora del día o noche que estamos. Lo más importante que estamos aquí juntos y que estamos reuniéndonos para compartir y entrenar para el bien de cada uno de nosotros y esperamos que también para el bien de todos los alumnos de nosotros.
Okay. During this session, I would like to talk about, you see, four things. Optimizing techniques, importance of the elbow.
4, 5 puntos.
Okay, and I have 5 points for Keyhole that I try to stress, especially through beginners and also to reinforce for those advanced people. Okay. And I have a couple drills to go over with you that might be helpful.
Sensei Hai tiene
And then I will mention a couple things about the Bojitsu. Okay. All right.
y tiene unas para que nosotros compartir.
All right, I'm going to go first with the 5 points of Keyhole. That's very important. Teach all the beginners and also try to make sure that the advanced folks maintain that. First, the most important thing, as original Soka Konishi Sensei says, posture. Without posture, you're not balanced, you're not centered, leaning forward or sideways. It's not balanced. Try to maintain center. You'll find that everywhere in Shindo Junyan Yu. Okay? Sensei John, want to translate that?
Número uno, más importante que compartió el Soke Konishi y Konishi 1 y 2 era, lo más importante es el balance y manteniendo el balance por los movimientos y así.
Okay. The second thing important is the eyes. Where are you looking? And what do your eyes see? Okay. When you're standing and you just glance, looking around, whatever, your mind is scattered. You don't have the business at hand to work on. Focus on the attention that you are working on. Look forward when you stand, not look at everybody else or finding what they're doing. No, think about what you are doing. And focus at the task at hand.
El segundo es la visión, la mirada, que hay que mantenerse enfocado en donde estamos enfocando con los ojos y tenemos que mirar en un punto y enfocar en lo que estamos nosotros haciendo, no enfocar en los demás.
Yeah, you'll find that also in the kata, the chakugan. Okay. The third thing is the stances that you are in. Make sure you have an excellent foundation. If you're loose, whatever you do, upper body is not optimal. You cannot do anything properly. So make sure you have good stances. Basic guideline I have is making sure that your toes and knees are pointed in the same direction. And that is a problem I see very often. Jonathan?
Está comentando en el tercer punto de Sensei Hai hoy son los dachi, los movimientos, las posiciones de las piernas para tener una fundación y un muy fuerte y que busca siempre Sensei Hai es que los dedos de los pies están apuntando en la misma dirección que la rodilla.
I often see that problem when people are performing kata, especially when they're trying to rush through it. They make sloppy stances, thinking that fast, quickness will look impressive. No, I look at the stances. If they're worthless, well, however fast you do your techniques, it's useless. Sensei Johnson?
Lo importante aquí es no hacer las técnicas y los dachi demasiado rápido y perder el balance y la fuerza del mismo movimiento. Ese es algo muy importante que dice Sensei Hai, que lo ve mucho en la gente que están en kata especialmente, tienen prisa para ir al siguiente movimiento o terminar el kata. La importancia es hacer todos los movimientos fuerte, con kime y bien enfocado.
Okay, now if you could try something with me right now, from here.
Vamos a probar con el sensei.
Okay, from here you stand in Heikudachi, Shizentai. And from here, go into Kokutsudachi quickly and freeze. Do not adjust yourself when you go down into Kokutsudachi Shitouke. Okay, Kokutsudachi Shitouke. Ready? Okay, freeze right there. Now, without looking at your stance, feel where your knee is. Is it pointed inward And which way your toes pointing? Is it the other way? Make sure your toes and knees are aligned, but don't necessarily look at it, feel it. Okay. Then if you feel that you aligned it correctly, look down and see if you have corrected it. Okay. And back again, yoy. Now the other side, same thing.
Entonces la manera ahorita
check your stance without
vamos
looking.
a avanzar en Kokusudachituke y sí, lo importante aquí es verificar el dachi y el movimiento total sin vernos, sin bajar la visión, los ojos, que cada uno de nosotros tenemos que sentir el movimiento y sentir el Kokusudachituke que estamos haciendo y tener la confianza para no estar checando constantemente.
Okay. Watch yourself when you practice kata or just even Keyhole, basic Keyhole. Feel your techniques. You'll feel your stances. Make sure your toes and knees are aligned. If you do it incorrectly for long term, it will actually damage your joints because your leg going one way, your knee going the other way. It's not natural. It's not shindo jinen, right? Natural. Make sure you bend the knees in the correct direction. Sensei Jonathan?
Es muy importante a doblar la rodilla en la manera correcta y un poco como estaba comentando Sensei Mina antes, que tenemos que tener la rodilla recto, doblado encima del pie.
Now, the fourth Keyhole point I want to cover is the hikite. Everybody does it, but in a different way. What's important is that you lock it back in quickly so that the other technique that you're executing as in the tsuki is more powerful. If you just do this from here, it's just this punch going. You want to synchronize your movement to do the punch. And a lot of other techniques from here, the hikite helps this become more powerful. Okay.
El cuarto punto es enfocándonos, como estamos platicando ayer y hoy, en el hikite. Hikite puede estar con el mano cerrado o abierto. Pero la importancia aquí es que enfocarnos en el hikite, no solamente en el mano que está golpeando o que está haciendo shuto enfrente, pero utilizar todo el cuerpo y el hikite.
Okay, and also in hikite, not only the position, as Sensei Paul explained earlier about where it should be, also how is your wrist?
Hey.
Often I see this, okay?
Sí.
To show it better. It's not this, rather here.
Okay. Está enseñando ahorita Howard es no solamente la altura del mano, pero también que no está doblado ni nada muñeca. Tenemos que mantenerlo recto siempre, en la altura correcta, en hikite, pero también recto, no volteado por adentro o afuera.
Yes. And then some people who are very much trying to do it correctly overturn it.
Hey.
I see that often too. Well, that's hard to do. Usually it's from the kids who are much more flexible when they really overdo the technique. Okay.
Entonces, otra vez, la importancia en esta técnica, could you show us again the correct way? Es de dejarlo en la altura correcta, pero también enfocarnos en la muñeca, que está recto, fuerte y no doblado o adentro, afuera o de otra manera. Okay.
Okay. So far we have 4 points: the posture, eyes, also which includes zanshin, being aware of everything. It's the stances, hikite. The final thing that we need to make sure
postura, dos, Shakugan.
Okay, and the last thing is ki. when I say kiai, it doesn't mean
Tres, dachi.
always.
Número 4 is hit.
Kiai doesn't mean I want you to yell every time. Kiai is to me the spirit. Okay, it needs to be focused. So when you're there, you just don't go here. You want into it, like Mina talked about earlier. Kime, kime. You need to be a focus. You must. Your mind has to be focused on that. That's what, to me, you need to have ki. Just don't yell. You focal your mind to it, because there are also silent ki too, right? ¿Qué Sensei Jonathan?
Sensei Hai está comentando que el kiai para él no significa la manera de gritar o hacer el kiai, el ruido del kiai, pero uno puede ser kiai en silencio, pero es el sentimiento de kime, y cuando une todo el cuerpo en la energía para llegar al momento de contacto, este es también kiai, no solamente que gritamos, pero podemos hacer sin gritar, pero es el sentimiento que todo nuestro ser está en un momento juntos para el contacto.
Okay, so those are the 5 Keyhole points that I like to stress for beginners and for advanced. It's basically like in music, you do scales. No matter how advanced you are, they practice scales going up and down, up and down, up and down. Keyhole is very, very important. And these 5 things help you kind of focus on certain areas. Of course, there are certain other points, but more for advanced, refining these points. Sensei Jonathan?
Sí, es muy importante refinar todos estos puntos, estos 5 puntos que está comentando ahorita Sensei Hai, y por eso vamos a enfocarnos ahorita en estos 5 puntos.
Sorry, I just adjust my camera. I just noticed that I was cutting my head off. Okay, now I wanted to do a little bit more refining of these techniques, such as the ski, basic ski. Now, people can be very strong, fast, and locked in and focused like this. And originally you would think it's correct. Bam, bam. And if I saw that myself doing that, I'd say, shame on you. It's not good, it's bad. Can anybody detect what was wrong with that?
¿Alguien puede decir qué era mal con el movimiento, la técnica que acaba de hacer Sensei Hai? Could you do it one more time, please?
Mark Carter has it.
Oh.
I see him. Okay. Okay. Raul Escobedo has it. Yes. If you see it, watch it yourself slowly, you're doing this. So the elbow goes out and punches. And I see that very often, even in advanced people. That happens when you're trying to do a lot and you're kind of tired. And you're trying to push into it. And you also end up doing the shoulder too, eventually, when you're too tired. And
está comentando ahorita Sensei Hai es cuando uno está cansado a veces o haciendo técnica que no está correcto, que está mal, puede salir el codo por el transcurso del movimiento. Entonces la importancia es no utilizar ninguna otra parte del cuerpo, nada más golpear, hacer Gyakuzuke sin que sacar el hombro.
Okay. Then from here, the best way to do it is practice slowly first. It's hard to do slow, actually. Try to keep your mind on what you're trying to do. Important thing is keeping the elbow close to the side of your body, not here. People think the fist should go there. No, the whole arm should have a trajectory to the center or the target. So you can practice with your hand sliding across. You can feel the hand going across this way. If you do it incorrectly, it's this. Okay, you want to do this. Straight in. Another way to do it, I'm going to turn the camera a little bit here and practice with the wall. Okay, wall right here, straight wall. If you do it incorrectly, you hit your elbow on the wall. So what you're going to do is practice punching straight
Nos
against the
está
wall.
enseñando Sensei Hai.
Then if you do it correctly, fast, you
Nos
don't
está
hit the
enseñando una
wall.
manera de asegurarnos que no estamos sacando el codo.
The big test is if you can do it fast against the wall without hitting the wall.
Que estaba enseñando es una forma de
Okay.
que está enseñando es una forma de practicar Gyakuzuke, Shudanzuke sin sacar el codo. Una manera de hacerlo es poner tu cuerpo al lado de un muro para que no puede salir su hombro.
Okay. Another problem. So you have now already have a nice straight punch. Okay. This is how you might look. Elbow is close to the body. But if I saw myself doing that, I said, wrong, shame on you. Why? Anybody have an answer for that?
Sensei Hai está preguntando, could you do it again, please?
Okay.
¿Alguien tiene un comentario sobre de su técnica? Obviamente está mal.
Oh, Mark Carter, you're showing the correct way. Very good. What's happening here is, better probably do it sideways. I'll do it slowly. See that? Turning the wrist too early.
Turning too soon, yeah. And maybe looks like an agate. Maybe like an agate because it turns too soon.
No, not agate. It's just that
I think he means
I think he means
agezuki. I think he means agezuki. I think he means agezuki looks a little bit too much like that.
Well, agezuki needs to do this too.
Sorry, like an agezuki, okay. It looks like an agezuki because it's turning too soon.
Well, it looks like agezuki, but agezuki, that will be incorrect also. Okay. What's important, make sure you snap at the last instance. Okay. Then another problem is the makiwara. Makiwara is a great tool to use to practice. Unfortunately, it's not helping us engage the target properly. To me, makiwara is good for conditioning your fist. It's good for using your hips to get a strong technique. However, you hit the makiwara like this, here, right? What you should do is here, hit it this way, then twist it in. That's a very important part. If you do that with makiwara, you really tear up your knuckles.
Sensei Hai está comentando que makiwara es una buena forma de practicar, pero en su opinión es bueno para condicionar el puño, pero y la fuerza del cuerpo y el dachi y todo eso, pero para hacerlo correctamente uno debe de llegar y luego hacer el movimiento final, y si no puedes hacer esto con un makiwara porque abre el piel.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, the next thing I want to cover is I'm going to touch up on the hijiate roppo. There's one part in there people are kind of wondering, how is that an elbow technique? From here, 1, 2. It looks more like uchiuke sotouke, right? Using this part. What's the elbow? Why is the elbow going this way? What's important is actually it is helping you do all your techniques. The elbow is critical in a lot of things. just on the more side note, when you grab somebody with the arm, it's better to grab by the elbow to control them, as opposed to grabbing the wrist. It's easy to escape. Once you got in the elbow area, it's easier to control. That's very common in the jiu-jitsu techniques. But what's
Está
important?
comentando si uno lo agarra a otra persona con el codo,
Okay,
es una manera mejor a presionarlos y agarrarlos.
Okay, you go this way. Elbow moves. Elbow moves. When you do, a lot of people I see doing uchiuke here. Okay? Okay, we were talking earlier about was to be here or there. Okay? You should go across here so you could block something that come toward you, right? However, okay, a punch comes toward me right here, right? And I do this. Cross the fist way over to the other side, right? Guess what? I still get hit because the elbow is still here. Don't rely on your fist position to do it correctly. Make sure the elbow's here. It's very important. And how far should your elbow should be? Well, it depends. Just far enough so that they'll miss you. And depending on what arm that they are using. If they're using from their right side coming in, it's this angle. You need to make sure you push further. Now, if coming from this side, you don't have to move too far. So it's all relative to the situation. That needs to be kept in mind also. For the sake of Keyhole,
Sí, hay que mantener. CCJ está comentando que hay que mantener en mente cuando uno está haciendo uchuque, como nos estaba ahorita enseñando, que tiene que llevar el codo cruzando el cuerpo, no solamente el puño, porque si dejas en este ángulo, también puede entrar el golpe de la otra persona. Entonces, lo importante aquí es cruzar el cuerpo con el codo para defendernos.
Okay, another thing is the elbow movement. Concentrate on using your elbow and your arm techniques. Like, for example, shitouke. Okay, here. Right now, this is more of my hand taking the emphasis and the power. Instead, we better do elbow. Move the elbow and thrust the elbow forward. Not just this, okay? Not the forearm only. It's elbow. Gives you more power.
Otra vez está enseñando por más fuerza enfocar en mover el codo en el movimiento de shtuke más que el mano. Entonces, si estamos pensando y utilizando el movimiento del codo, nos puede hacer más fuerte el movimiento y la técnica.
Okay. And it's not the focal point, but it must be used. The focal point at the end is here. It's a large area coming in, and then focal point is here. Similar to the reason why you use the ki sound, a large sound, and focus everything. Yeah, ki sounds will be another lesson at another time. It's a little deep, okay? But it's important to focus the technique, but you must have the whole thing. If you just use your hand, it's just here and down. It should be here, okay?
Está comentando que es muy importante empezar grande con el movimiento y terminarse en el kime en un momento de contacto de un movimiento pequeño. Pero si empezamos con un movimiento pequeño, no llegamos a desarrollar la fuerza o la energía necesario para obtener el kime y el poder que estamos buscando. Entonces, como está enseñando, es muy importante utilizar el codo por esos movimientos.
Okay. Also, what Sensei Paul taught before about from here and then punching like this in one count as opposed to two movements. However, I don't contradict. I just want to make it incremental in the sense that if you have a beginner, they can't do that. So from here, step, then punch, then two moves, then one move. Sometimes it may take three moves. Break it down to little steps helps the beginner or lower level student to reach the point that you want them to get to. That's pretty much true in all the techniques. And same thing when I teach kata. Don't teach... Go ahead, Sensei.
Perdón, Sensei Jai está comentando que es muy importante cuando estamos enseñando a los principiantes de desarrollar su movimiento en 2 o 3 o 4 movimientos para llegar a que estamos buscando. Porque en muchos casos uno no puede hacer una técnica completa sin entender cómo llegas de A a B, ¿no? Entonces, que está comentando ahorita en el mismo técnica que enseñó el Sensei Po ayer y Sensei Mina ahorita, y está bien si lo hacen, si hacemos o enseñamos en 2 o 3 o 4 pasos para llegar a un final correcto, ¿no? Entonces, todos somos diferentes y sí tenemos que pensar en los principiantes y la manera para ayudarlos a llegar a donde tienen que llegar.
Also, similar thing about from here going to Uraken, then Gyakuzuki, right? From here, 1, 2, or actually it's more like 1, 2, 3. That's right. What you break it down to. But eventually it should be just 1. So it's 1. When you're coming back this way, instead of coming back here, 1 straight back. Punch it down. So that's more advanced. Don't have your beginners or intermediate students try that yet. But everything you do, you want to minimize the time period. Of course, you need to make sure you have focus here first before you return back. Okay, don't go. That was not a uraken, right? All the way back here. Back. Okay.
Sí, otra vez está comentando, enseñando otra técnica de Uraken Uchi y Gyakuzuki, en donde pues tenemos que pensar en el nivel de estudiante y los principiantes tienen que hacer las cosas en 2 o 3 o 4 pasos para llegar a donde queremos llegar. Finalmente queremos llegar, como enseñó ahorita Sensei Jai, básicamente se ve como un movimiento fluido.
Okay. Next, I'd like to cover...
Sensei,
yes.
Sensei, there's a question from Sensei Fabio. Can you show the form in Soto Uke? And then Brian Chesmore has his hand up. Brian, just go ahead and ask your question in the chat and we'll voice it.
Okay, first, Sensei Fabio, what exactly is the question?
Sensei Fabio, go ahead. I don't want to translate for you.
Hand positioning in relation with the torso and the shoulders.
Shoulders? Mm-hmm. It's similar to this in the sense that what are you blocking? Blocking for which direction? And make sure that you can block which angle. If it's coming from this way, it's going to be a little further out. If it's coming from this way, it's just this is good enough. Okay. So, but for Keyhole, what's important is to stop at the same place each time. If you're able to stop at the same place each time, that means that you have control. So that if you have control, whatever you need to do to block the technique, you can do it. You have control where to stop. Okay.
Sí, no, la pregunta era el posición del mano, terminando la técnica, y como dijo ahorita Sensei Jai, es importante en Keyhole de seguir, tratar de hacer lo mismo cada vez en un formato de Keyhole básico, pero en la vida real, cuando ya sabemos hacer la técnica, pues tenemos que poder hacer movimientos o ajustar nuestro cuerpo dependiendo de qué lado viene el ataque, ¿no? Eso es muy importante, yo creo que para todos es no siempre hacer una cosa y pensar que el otra persona va a llegar a nosotros. Nosotros tenemos que poder movernos y poder defendernos, ¿no?
Okay, and there was another question.
I think
It was withdrawn. The hand raised was an accident.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I have a. I'm sorry, I do have a question. So
Okay.
One of the things that I've been teaching my students is specifically in Soto Uke is that we stop so that the fist is in front of the shoulder. And what Sensei Mina was talking about yesterday about the scrape, and then stop right there on the shoulder. Yeah, this scraping motion right here.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, hi.
You want to scrape. I don't think it's necessary to scrape. It just happens because your sleeve's there. Okay.
Hi.
Right.
The point of the question was to stop.
Okay.
Not outside of your body, but within the bounds.
It should be pretty much aligned with the shoulder for Keyhole. Like I said earlier, you must stop at the same place each time. Sometimes you just might be doing this, but if you do it all the time, being able to do that little outside intentionally, that means that you have control. That's the important part, having control of where to stop, so that whatever you need to do to block a technique, you can intentionally stop where it needs to go to block the technique. Control is the key. Okay. All right. On a related note, this is more Keyhole. Okay. Kikite, I mentioned earlier, helps this to learn how to do that. Okay. But at the same time, for self-defense, what happens is he's punching here first as you do this. And also in Kata Bunkan, you punch, grab, break. All those things are in the same movement. What's important is, first of all, having control over your arms, and then knowing how different ways you can apply that same technique. Sensei Smart.
Que está comentando ahorita es lo más importante ahorita en este sentido de este seminario hoy es en el Keyhole seguir haciendo las cosas en una manera correcta y poder hacer las cosas igual cada vez en términos de Keyhole. Pero cuando estamos pensando en Bunkai hoy o Henko Waza, otras técnicas o defensa personal, tenemos que tener la habilidad de ajustarnos para defendernos, ¿no? Y no pensar que como la manera que hacemos en Keyhole o donde paramos nuestro cuerpo, nuestro brazo, nuestro pie, no va a funcionar en una vida real. Entonces uno tiene que desarrollarlo personalmente y poder ajustar a la persona que nos está atacando.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll change the subject a little bit. I want to refer to Sensei Mina's statement earlier about the Suichu Sen not always be in the center. Not the problem, but rather interpretation or understanding what Suichu Sen is the important part. If you look for Suichu Sen on the internet, it's very difficult to find many things about Suichu Sen. However, you'll find a lot of things about Seichu Sen. Seichu Sen is very similar. It's the center line, but it is a definitive line. Suichu Sen, it flows. Sui means like the flow. The center line flows, changes according to the situation, your body movement, what direction, where the weight is, how your body is made. So many factors involved. What's important is to maintain and understand and control the Suichu Sen. And that is more natural. Again, is Shindo Jinen Yu, the natural way. And we should be able to adapt on a similar token where we talk about different techniques and how we interpret it. That is okay. Everybody has different way of teaching and different way of approaching the end. And what somebody does might not be correct in your eyes, but it's correct for that person at that time. Like I mentioned earlier about, stepping from 3 steps, eventually going 2 steps to 1 step altogether. The first one, 3 steps, is incorrect for the advanced people, but for that one beginner, it is the correct way. So you need to think about where they are in the journey in developing karate for them. Don't try to make them do perfect technique from the beginning. They can't. Well, it's possible, but that's not what we try and do. Because also we want to make sure that they understand the technique. So because we want Shindo Jiu-Jitsu to grow. If they don't know what the steps are, how can they pass that on to teach their students? It just becomes too difficult.
Como está comentando Sensei Hai, es que tratamos de siempre enseñar la manera de llegar a punto A, punto B, no nada más decir, esa es la manera de hacerlo, hazlo así. Hay que entender cómo explicar y cómo desarrollar cada persona, cada alumno, cada principiante, para que ellos mismos entiendan el proceso para llegar de punto A a punto B, para que cuando llega el momento para ellos empezar a enseñar, entienden la manera que ellos hicieron para poder entender, explicar la manera de hacerlo y enseñarlo. Eso es que estamos buscando también como Shindo, Jinryu, Japan Karate Rubukai, es buscar la manera de seguir creciendo nuestra familia, ¿no? Y si nada más enseñamos así y no explicamos nada, pues la gente va a llegar a un momento y desaparecer. El chiste aquí es tratar de tener esta comunicación y entender la manera de hacerlo. Igual que el Suitusen tiene que moverse, como estaba comentando en Semina, no es siempre en el mismo lugar del cuerpo.
Very good. Thank you, Jonathan. It's amazing you can remember all that. Okay. Next, I would like to cover how to actually control your posture when you're doing techniques with power. So many people I've seen, they try very hard, and good for them, they're trying very hard. Okay. Okay. See a body motion.
Está explicando la manera de controlar la postura de uno y mantenerse recto o en control de las técnicas. Can you show that again, please? Para que hay mucha gente que hacen las cosas con mucha fuerza, pero no tienen conocimiento o control de su cuerpo mismo.
Yes. Good for them, they're trying very hard, but they're not being effective in their technique and they're not learning incorrectly. What's important is to isolate where the power generation is, not necessarily from the shoulder. Okay. So I'll move
Sí,
this.
es muy importante, es bueno que tenemos alumnos que hacen un esfuerzo muy fuerte y en una intención muy fuerte, pero es más importante a desarrollar el movimiento y la técnica para que puedan llegar a hacer la técnica con la fuerza que generamos con el movimiento en la energía, no solamente con la fuerza del cuerpo de uno mismo.
The power comes from the hips. So when you punch, it's not one, right?
Viene
You're
de la
not doing
cadera.
this. You hip. Here, hip. Okay. So you need to power there and relax your upper body to control your upper body to make sure that it maintains proper posture. And I have an exercise for that. Okay. I want to mention that first in translation.
Sí. Could you show again while I explain? Entonces,
Okay.
Sensei Hai está enseñando el Gyakuzuke. Could you show one more time, please? Que cuando está haciendo Gyakuzuke, está utilizando la rotación del
right? Back straight. the hip.
Recto. El cuerpo recto.
Okay. So then,
Gracias.
to develop the hip movement while maintaining calm on the upper body, I like to do this exercise here. Go into maybe Kibudachi.
Nos está
Take your hands as though
enseñando
you
que
go
podemos estar en
hands on the
Kibudachi.
wall. Okay. And from here, twist your hip and you're standing like this now, but your arm's still here. Okay. If you try that, you have control over the power of the hips, but maintain calm control of the upper body.
Para activar la cadera y activar el movimiento de transicionar de un lado al otro, está comentando que lo más importante es mantenerse con el cuerpo de arriba relajado y nada más enfocar en la cadera con el movimiento de rotación. Y una manera de hacerlo es poner las manos en un muro y luego con el parte de abajo del cuerpo hacer los movimientos de abajo para mantener toda esta parte del cuerpo relajado y desactivado.
And then there is a little bit more development of this exercise, what I call a high five, a 5-count exercise, is to develop movement with the hips and getting into proper stances while maintaining good control over your upper body. So basically, let me see, I'll change this a little bit down a little lower. Okay, from here, body should be straight. Then from here, you're going into Kibudachi, not like this, okay? Don't do this. Maintain the center flow line, just drop straight down. At the same time, double block, okay? From here, also, if you notice, I don't do this. Trying to maintain center line. So left comes in, right comes in, here. Okay, this is just the first count. From here.
Mantener el cuerpo recto y el línea central del cuerpo.
Okay, I have limited space here. So from here, go into Kibudachi. Then from here, Zen Kutsudachi, left leg forward. Then from here, change hands. Then from here, turn around, switch legs. Then here. Okay, so basically what you was turning hip, but trying to keep the upper body stable as much as possible. Same thing from here, sideways. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so you're trying to keep your body same place, but your stances are changing. Turn it around. Instead of going this way, or common is bend like this. No, try to maintain posture straight. Same thing when you turn around. Okay. Back stay straight. Try to stay in the same place. Keep your shoulders down, and the stances move. Okay. Let's say, Jonathan.
Ya, está enseñando maneras de relajar el parte arriba del cuerpo y activar la cadera y activar este movimiento, ¿no? Como nos enseñó ahorita, son maneras de activamente practicar el movimiento del cuerpo y la cadera. Maybe a video, Sensei Hai.
What? Okay.
Maybe a video another time.
Okay, last thing I'm going to cover is Bojitsu. I want to expand on what Sensei Fabio covered, more on the grip and the movement of the arm, the power it is. If you look for the Kumibo, first one, from 20 plus years ago, you'll find me and Sensei Paul Bellau doing techniques that we don't follow anymore. The Kumibo we developed over 20 years ago. And By the way, if you see here, Rokushaku, 6 foot, 5 foot, Jo, 4 foot, Hanbo, and my katana. But I use maybe this inside, indoors, because I can still move and not destroy anything. But what's important is the old style says if I didn't cover it, we're supposed to be doing this. I first learned the Okinawa style. So it's from here, snapping. Very effective. That's Okinawa style. Kaicho learned Okinawa style when he went to Okinawa when he was still young and learned from Nakazato sensei. But now we're doing
Está comentando de Kumibo, que hace 20 años cuando empezaron a grabar videos y todo, ha cambiado mucho y no es correcto hoy en día los videos más antiguos que están en el internet. Pero está explicando ahora la manera de hacer el movimiento y la lineaje y historia de este movimiento es de Okinawa. Y Kaicho aprendió primero en Okinawa esta técnica.
Kaicho helped me develop, or told me to develop actually, Bojitsu based on the sword, which is more in line with Shindo Jinryu for the sword background from Kendo.
Kaicho instruyó a Sensei Hai a desarrollar el Kumibo por que está eficiente contra de una katana, una espada, que es más adecuado y más lineado con Shindo Jinryu.
Okay, this was the Okinawan way. From here, snap forward. Now it's up, down, up and down. And it's more towards the sword. And because sword is done that way. So we had adjusted our bow techniques to adjust like so. Same thing also with the grip. If you see here, I'm not doing this, death grip. No, it's closer here, see here, here. See the difference? Not this, but here. Same thing with the sword. You do not hold a sword like this. Okay? Here. This is the way we're supposed to hold a sword. Okay? And also, when you use a sword, you don't cut, see what I'm lower here, like this. This is not the way to cut. Instead, it should be this.
Sensei Hai está enseñando la manera de cortar con la katana, perdón. Igual forma, la técnica es igual utilizando el bow.
As you know, the incorrect way, the right hand moves more, right arm. The correct way, the sword and the bow. See, my left hand moves forward and back. This is the power hand. Right hand is the accuracy, targeting hand.
La derecha es la guía para llegar a donde quieres llegar. El otro brazo de atrás es el brazo que nos da el mano que nos da fuerza.
Now, same thing here. Sword will be held like this, but because of the bow, it's longer, wider rather. Okay, and it's not this, but here. Also, don't strike like this. With the right hand using most of the motion, should be here. Left hand goes out. Boom. what's important here, like I think Sensei Fabio mentioned it. When you do this, it's not opening up. Actually, you're using this is a strike also. So when you do this, this is no longer the power hand while it's going out, but this is the power hand. So pull back, strikes. Then this hand becomes a targeting hand, not a power hand. This becomes a power hand. Again, held the grip like this, not this. Okay. Strong pinky and ring finger. Okay. Sensei Smart?
Son las maneras de agarrar el bow, que la importancia es los dedos chicos son los que agarran más fuerte al bow, no los dedos gordos.
Okay. Depending on where you train, feel free to use even the shortest one as a bow.
Está comentando Sensei Hai que no necesariamente tenemos que utilizar un bow de 6 pies de largo. Podemos utilizar un bow más chico para poder seguir entrenando en espacios más reducidos.
The mechanics of the arm movement is important. The length will depend on where you are. So for like when you do Snakake no Kon, it's not this, but rather here. Again, the hikite I mentioned earlier. Pull back. Pull back. Okay, here. Pull back. Pull back. Pull back. Pulling back is important, Bob. Hikite is a power hand.
Importante aquí, como hemos platicado sobre este fin de semana, es el hikite, utilizando todo el cuerpo y contramano para poder llegar a tener la técnica bien y con fuerza.
Also, you'll see at the beginning of Kumibo number 1, important like this, okay? Like this. And the bull comes striking toward up there. And too many people I see is doing this, reaching out. Don't reach out and receive. Instead, all you have to do is bring this hand down. That's all you have to do.
Enseñando la manera de utilizar el hikite con el kumibo para defender, no con el mano de frente.
Also, when you're striking with the bull, it's not optimal to hit with here. The optimal is right here.
Para hacer contacto con otra persona o algo, es muy importante utilizar el parte al final del bow.
And when you do practice kumibo, like ippon kumite, for example, if the person is right there, his head's right here, and you do joanzuki, you don't do this to miss him. You punch toward the person's face, the target, they block it. Same thing, when you practice kumibo, you don't go up high above their head. You strike toward their head. Like ippon kumite, consider safety, you control. So you don't strike hard at the beginning until you have good control. Okay? And then it gets better and better. Same, so it's not much difference from empty hand to kobudo. Okay?
Está comentando que la práctica realmente es lo mismo, no tener nada en nuestras manos, a tener un bow o un algo en las manos. La importancia es enfocarse en la técnica y el Keyhole.
And the last thing I want to cover is kurite. People continue to have a problem with that. It's very difficult to explain that without having somebody actually there grabbing you and trying to get out of it. But you can use this as a tool, okay? Pretend they grab you there. From there, you need to just drop and drop your elbow slightly.
Está enseñando la manera de practicar kurite sin tener a alguien más.
Here, 1, 2, too many people I see doing this. If actually someone's holding you, you're not going to get far after this, okay? Or you're doing out there first and doing this. Just hold it in, point towards your belly, and drop the elbow. Again, the elbow thing comes up a lot. Controlling elbow inward. Elbow is very important. You'll see that in Sanqing. It's not here, right? Control the elbow.
Otra vez estamos hablando de controlar el codo, lo más importante.
There's one more thing I was going to cover, and it's just a little bit of teaching guidance. For teaching first Tai Sabaki Shodan for beginners, well, particularly more kids. And I got this from the second generation Konishi Sensei. He went from here because it Gedan Barai. Then when he does this, he says Ageuke. We asked him why it's supposed to be Gedan Haraite and then I got that. So we said, well, yes, it's supposed to be. However, especially for the kids, they don't really understand the concept of the Gedan Haraite, elbow coming in, elbow again, sweeping motion. So it's not easy for them. But once they have the simple movement of the arm, then you start adjusting that as they get better. So it is not incorrect to do Gedan Barai necessarily. If the student can grasp that information better or easier, teach them the Gedan Haraite and Agete, those things. But don't be stuck on that. Otherwise, they'll get frustrated. They don't learn easily. ¿Es this what?
Sí, cuando estamos enseñando es muy importante no estar muy frustrar a nosotros y los alumnos cuando estamos enseñando. Y otra vez la importancia de utilizar el codo para cada movimiento, para mantener el cuerpo funcionando bien con las técnicas.
Okay, that concludes my portion of the class. Thank you very much. I will be open for any questions at this time.
Si alguien tiene alguna pregunta para el Sensei Hai, ya se terminó su clase, su seminario y está abierto a preguntas. Puedes escribirlos en el chat o preguntar. Levanta la mano.
No questions
Howard,
at this
this is
time?
Randy.
Yes, Randy-san.
I think I wanted to tell you how much I appreciate what you just did with dropping the elbow. Dropping the elbow on the kurite. I've been struggling. I've been struggling with the kids because on kurite, all they want to do is go. No vertical palm.
Yes.
That's all they want to do.
Okay.
Oh, no. So I'm trying to. Dropping the elbow is a great technique. Thank you.
Yes, and actually, any technique that you do, try to think about what role does the elbow play in this technique. Every technique has something to do with the elbow. One thing I forgot to mention in the ski, of course, this is correct, but you see. Okay, so there, Mark. I want to, Mark Carter, look at this and see if you can check out what is correct, what is wrong, okay? From here, I'm gonna do it slowly, okay? Okay. Can you see the difference? Very slight difference. Okay.
Initially, it looks like your right arm maybe not going to Chudan, a little off to your right.
Okay, that's not the key, okay? That's targeting. Well, now, what's the difference between this and this?
Elbow down.
Aha! Was that Fabio-san?
Elbow down.
Elbow.
Pushing down.
Yes.
Elbow.
The first one was like this. See the elbow pointing outward? Now, the correct way, elbow, point here, down. Two main reasons. First of all, when you do elbow out, it stretches this area. That disconnects the upper body from the lower body, so you can't have a unison, the kime. When you tighten it, elbow down, it helps you tighten here, lats. That will connect the upper body to the lower body, helping to develop kime. Another important thing is that when you do like this and someone blocks, bad, you'll hurt your elbow. Or they can grab and take you down. Now, if you're like this with elbow down, they push, and you're still fine. You can maneuver from there. So when you punch, elbow not out, but elbow down. Okay. Okay. And tighten the lats as you punch. Okay.
Elbow down usually comes accompanied by the shoulder in the wrong position, like elbow up. Sometimes you see the shoulder up as well.
Yes, exactly. Okay, very good question there. Okay, anything else? Okay, everything's okay? Very good. Feel free to contact me if you think of another question later on. Okay, all right, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Okay, hey. Okay. As I clean up there, Sensei Jonathan, can you kind of do a review of what we did today?
Hey, so let's go over what we did this morning. We basically spent some time just discussing and asking questions. I think we want to continue that as an organization, try and help us decide where we grow and how we do that. Hoy en la mañana pues platicamos mucho y muchas gracias a todos que compartieron sus pensamientos. Para nosotros es muy importante para tener información y comentarios de ustedes, ¿no? So do keep us informed. We will start doing more of these seminars again, and then as we bring, our plan is to do Gasshuku hopefully every quarter. And the format of the Gasshuku, we can evolve as well. So all we want to try and do is bring to our family around the world the opportunity to get together and train together, discuss and evolve and grow together. Vamos a seguir haciendo los seminarios en 2022. El plan es hacer una mínimo al mes. Y ojalá cada trimestre, cada 3 meses, tener un Gasshuku con Kaicho y todos. Y el plan realmente es seguir, obviamente, creciendo y manteniéndonos entrenando y enfocados y esperar hasta podemos regresar juntos, ¿no? Otra vez en persona. Ojalá va a estar muy pronto. ¿Alguna pregunta? Anyone have any questions relative to the discussions of the morning before we go on to Sensei Mina is itching to give us a review of her seminar. I can see she jumped out of her seat right there.
Actually, I'm itching to eat lunch. Are you going to pee? Oh. Oh, am I really giving my review? Sensei Jonathan, you are muted. How long have you been muted for? Wow.
I don't know. That's me.
Okay. Man, it's been a long weekend for you. First of all, Sensei Jonathan, thank you so much for all your help translating. So I know it's been a long weekend for you. Okay, so my recap is going to be, I think the most controversial thing that I said, or maybe not, maybe everyone has been thinking this and I'm like overthinking it, is that Suchu-sen, once we get to, well, first, let's understand the rules. Let's understand the rules of Keyhole and Karate and Shino-Jin-Ryu. Let's understand that first before we start to break them, Okay, and I don't really mean break them as like we're going to disregard them, but like those foundations, they're a stepping stone into making, and then we have to level up our technique. And so one way that I discovered that, or maybe not, I'm sure I like kind of picked it up along the way with all of my training, is that Suitu-sen is going to be like center line or axis or that sort of meaning. It doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be in the center. We can move it based on where the center of gravity is where it is based on how we're using our body. So it doesn't necessarily need to be in the center. And the second thing that I wanted to make sure to get across is that our Shindo Jinenryu
Let me jump.
katas.
So,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, Sensei Mina está comentando en revisión a su seminario, su clase hoy en la tarde, que habló mucho de Suitu-sen y nos comentó que Suitu-sen no tiene que quedar siempre en el medio del cuerpo, como muchos pensamos, adentro de las dos piernas en el piso, porque cuando estamos en movimiento, a veces estamos nuestro peso está sobre una pierna. Entonces, cuando esto sucede, uno tiene que tener el Suitu-sen en el medio del cuerpo, arriba de esta pierna. Tiene que moverse cuando nosotros estamos moviendo.
And then the last thing is that our Shindo Jinenryu katas can be used to make our competition katas better. To raise that to use that as practice to raise our competition kata to like another level, but not the other way around. So if you do your competition kata, the way you perform your competition kata and you try to use that with your Shindo Jinenryu kata, it's not going to work. You're going to end up shortening your movements. You're going to end up changing them to make them like more aesthetically pleasing, which I'm not actually. Shindo Jinenryu katas are very aesthetically pleasing. Like when I think about it, I think the beauty is in their simplicity, but then also the very, very complicated sort of meaning behind it, and it's shown in like this very clean, very simple looking technique, which I feel like is like very Japanese, where it's like very clean and simple and minimalist and like that sort of idea. But so again, Shindo Jinenryu katas can make your competition katas better, but not the other way around. So if you're going to choose to practice, no, I shouldn't say that. Practice both of them. Okay.
Que está comentando Sensei Mina acerca de las katas de Shindo Jinenryu. Es importante de enfocarse en las katas de nosotros para apoyar y ayudar si estás en la edad de competir. Mejor enfocar en las katas de Shindo Jinenryu en vez de hacerlo al revés. Entonces, ese es uno de sus pensamientos. Nos dijo que ayudó mucho a mejorar la manera que estaba como atleta, enfocando más en las katas de Shindo Jinenryu.
And thank you for everyone for participating and being here this weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sensei Mina. Muchas gracias. Sensei, hi.
Okay. Second.
That's it. Good weekend.
Yes, so definitely a good weekend. Covered a lot of material.
Sensei Jonathan, you deserve like a nice long 2 or 3 cool drinks. Your throat's got to be parched from all of that English and Spanish.
Yeah, definitely, Jonathan.
My mind's a little frazzled.
I noticed your buffer was getting smaller as people were talking.
Yeah. Try to avoid translating.
The family's
it's amazing
waiting.
how you were able to remember what everybody said.
Family's waiting to leave.
Okay, great.
No, fantastic. What a great weekend. So I think, I mean, we'd love feedback from everybody. You know, if this works for everybody, if this format works for everybody, you know, we're trying to create a platform whereby we can be wherever we are in the world and be together, right? And learn and evolve as a family and as an association. So it's very important that we get feedback, good, bad, whatever you guys have for us after these events to help us, in the planning of future events. Nada más el comentario es, por favor, que nos pasen sus comentarios. Estos comentarios nos ayudan mucho a desarrollar esta plataforma y nos ayuda nos van a ayudar a seguir haciendo estos eventos y mejorándolos cada vez, ojalá, y en un formato que funciona para todos, ¿no? O sea, no solamente que nosotros pensamos, pero con el feedback y comentarios de ustedes, por favor.
I want to add
Also,
to
one more special recognition to Sensei Raul. It is 5 a.m. where he is right now.
Oh, yeah.
And he's been in all of our
Been up
classes this weekend.
all these hours. Wow. Very good. And hopefully the Philippine group will grow and grow, and we'll take a visit to the Philippines next. Okay. I would like to also solicit some volunteers for helping at these events. Not only these events, but JKR International in general sense. If you have any skills that you can help us with, writing things, good grammar. We only got Paul right now, who's really good, but we don't want to inundate him with all kinds of work of writing stuff. Any contribution would be helpful. Also, if you're a whiz at the internet and all these social marketing stuff, social media, any assistance would be helpful, or videography even, how to format them, edit them, all those kind of things too, and directing them, or strategic planning. If you're a whiz at a company or something that you create something that you want things done, a program manager, and you get things done, we would like to get that kind of skill in our group too. If you can help us in any way, we would definitely appreciate it. There's only a few of us right now working on these things. And this is a family. Come on, join our table. If you can, help us, great. We appreciate it very much. Okay.
And we have to come up with a name for the OB group
OB
too.
Club, yes. Yeah, we can't be the B, something else, huh? Oh, folks. Or something like that. But Jonathan, you're still too young, right?
I am. I have gray hair, but I'm still too young.
But you got a lot of mileage.
I have a lot of mileage.
Yes, definitely. Okay. Yeah, at this time, I am very curious about Sensei Carlos Vezu, because he's from Brazil and he's JKR Robokai. He's learned from a person who learned from Konishi Sensei, the original one. And I would like to hear his opinions about what he sees in what we do. Sensei Vezu, can you unmute yourself and give us your impression?
Well, I followed the seminar yesterday and today, and I thought it was very, very interesting. Each one spoke about his opinions and way of seeing the martial art of karate, and it's very interesting to share the opinions, the way each one see the techniques, the details of the techniques. It was very, very interesting of each one. Even the bow, I like bow very much. Sensei Mao liked the bow very much. So it was very interesting. I enjoy it a lot. Thank you, each one. You.
Well, thank you, Sensei Vezu. Is that proper pronunciation? Vezu or Vezu?
The right pronunciation is Viseu.
Viseu.
Viseu, because it is a city of Portugal where my grandparents came from.
Okay.
But
okay,
you can call me Carlos. That I
Carlos
think
it's
easier.
Carlos. Okay, we'll do that.
Thank
easier,
you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
you. Okay. At this time, does anybody else like to put in their 2 cents worth your opinion. Anybody else? Sensei Jonathan, maybe in Spanish, asking anybody from South America.
Sí, si alguien quiere que compartir sus pensamientos o si tienen alguna pregunta para nosotros o un comentario sobre los seminarios, el proceso que hicimos, ¿qué opinan? I can see Sensei George Matthews hiding.
Yes, I would like to hear his opinion on what he has seen today. He was not here yesterday, right? Sensei George. Sensei George, can you unmute yourself and give us your 2 cents worth? You're being spotlighted now.
Show yourself.
Well, having technical problems, maybe? Okay.
Okay.
George Matthews having problems for technical.
Okay, there he is.
Oh, there he is! Yay!
Yeah.
I just have no idea how to operate the computer. But as for the classes, being a person that has to train by himself, and I do train about 5 days a week because I don't work. Getting back to basics is the best thing that a person like I can do. I do, you know, the basic Taisabaki katas and all the Robokai katas, and it's so hard to do them for 6 months straight, then listen to Sensei Mina tell me how I've done them so wrong. So now I'm able to correct, listening to Sensei High with the elbow and keeping the punches going. I first glanced at Sensei High and said, oh man, look at that. He's punching, his elbows are going out. Well, son of a gun, he was trying to teach us something. And these are things we all have to be aware of. So I thank everybody for being here. I enjoyed the classes. And maybe next time I'll be able to figure out how to get on and how to push all these buttons. I'll make an effort anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Thank you, Sensei George. Nice to meet you.
I would like to hear something from Sensei Juan Colmenares from Panama.
Sensei Juan.
Sensei Juan Colmenares.
¿Estás ahí todavía? Aquí está. Here he is. Eso. ¿Cómo estás?
Technical problems. Okay, there we go.
Buenas tardes, Sensei, ¿cómo están? Bueno, hemos estado en la jornada un poco interrumpida. Ciertamente teníamos unos exámenes del grupo de acá de Reucay, Panamá el día de hoy, programada ya con algo de tiempo porque tenemos unos días de fiestas acá. Pero bueno, estuvimos la mayor parte del tiempo compartiendo el seminario de Gasshuku. Me acompaña el Sensei Luis Prieto, de Reucay, también de Venezuela. Como saben, pues yo también soy de Venezuela. Y pronto está el Sensei con intención, con interés también de abrir su dojo acá.
Excelente, muchas gracias. So, Sensei Juan Palomares in Panama was commenting that he had exams pre-programmed before he knew about this, but so he's been in and out, but he obviously is following and been training and following the seminar. Adelante, Juan.
Sí, Sensei, bueno, por supuesto, siempre contento de utilizar en este momento la plataforma de Teams para poder vernos, para poder entrenar, aprender, que siempre creo que es lo más importante, ir aprendiendo, y de verdad bastante contento de estos 2 días.
Okay, thank you very
See,
much.
Sensei Juan is saying that they definitely like to. Gracias, Sensei Juan.
Okay, next, I would like to hear also from another Colmenares, Ana Colmenares from Venezuela. Can I have her talk to us?
Sí. Ana Colmenares es mi hermana, está en Venezuela, ya yo estoy acá en Panamá, yo tengo 6 años en Panamá.
Hi, Sensei, Ana Colmenares de Venezuela, hermana del Sensei Juan Colmenares. Y bueno, sí, participando ayer y hoy en la jornada, intercalando el tiempo con el Sensei Juan Colmenares también presente en sus exámenes. Y bueno, gustosa y muy orgullosa pues de pertenecer a este equipo o a esta familia, que cada que tenemos la oportunidad de reunirnos y compartir es de mucho provecho.
Perdón, corto. Está cortando mucho, Ana, perdón.
¿Me escucha?
Sí, ahora sí, sí.
Sí, que he estado presente también de manera un tanto compartiendo ambas actividades porque presté pues apoyo al Sensei Juan Colmenares también en su actividad con los exámenes de allá de Panamá de manera virtual a través de Zoom y conectada con la familia Rebuscay a través de Teams. Entonces, siempre da gusto y un placer compartir con la familia aún en la distancia, ¿no?
Since Anna is just commenting that she's been very happy with the seminars. She loves to connect and follow these seminars. She also was on Zoom with the testings today in Panama, supporting there with Juan. And but yeah, she's been following us on Teams and following the testings on Zoom. Gracias, Ana.
Gracias, Sensei.
Next, I would like to hear something from Mr. Martin J. Smith from UK. I would like to hear some commentary from him. Sensei Smith, are you there? Apparently not available at this time. Sensei Jonathan, who else?
I don't know. ¿Quién más quiere compartir sus pensamientos con nosotros?
How about Wayne? Or is it Marita listening in the UK?
Wayne and Marita, show yourselves.
Yes.
Wayne, Marita. Not available right now. Okay.
Evening all. Sorry about that.
Hey.
Hi, can you hear me?
Okay, you're back now.
Yeah, we're here. We're here.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Just a quick word, really. It's great to see everybody on Teams. And also, I'd like to echo what Sensei Jonathan said at one point, try to do this on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis due to these unsettling times right now. And also, just give you a bit of insight as well. I'm involved with mental health, the company who I work for, and we've really gone into this mental health mindfulness as well. And it's something like this is the right thing to do right now, you know, and we look forward to all come together when we can, and then embrace each other and make new friends on the way. I believe, you know, this is the right thing. You know, maybe, you know, 1 or 2 countries come together on a monthly basis, just have a chat and just reach out, you know, share great ideas to each other, you know, because we all can learn from each other as well. And also just something to think about, to throw into the hat as well. We're all at a certain age of life right now, and someone said at one point of the session, you know, when we're all at a certain age, we want to go fast as we can, and then we have to recover, and then our body gets older. And then I've looked into, over the last 2 years now, yoga, and I believe we can incorporate that as well. And especially speaking to Sensei Martin, I was quite surprised Sensei Martin weren't a part of this as well, because Sensei Martin is always a big fan of yoga, and also Sensei Marita as well. She's a big fan of yoga as well, and she's got a lot of vast experience as well. And we're all at a certain age of life, and we can learn so much, you know, body posture, helping us to recover as well, and just making sure we grab the floor and always have your body posture, because someone else mentioned as well, you know, you can not have that body posture. Yes, we're coming to the dojo and we think about our body posture, but when we leave the dojo, you automatically go back into your normal self, your muscle memory. And a bit of yoga right now would be a good thing, just to learn about mindfulness and body posture. And it just gives you a bit of a flavor, you know, and then you can branch out.
I remember a while back, Martin Materano used to teach yoga at the international events.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, Jonathan, did you catch all that?
I got it. No, Sensei Wayne, I can't see you, but nice to hear from you. So Sensei Wayne está en Inglaterra con Sensei Marita y está comentando que le gusta mucho el estilo de hacer los seminarios en las plataformas que tenemos, y está esperando a tener más en 2022. Y comentó mucho sobre de yoga como una manera de ayudarnos a todos que ya estamos 40, 50, 60, 70 años, que nos ayuda mucho con el cuerpo. Yo también hago yoga 2 veces a la semana. I do yoga as well, twice a week.
Well done, Jonathan. Thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you, Wayne. See you soon, hopefully.
Yeah, take care.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to hear from Ecuador, Jackson Espinoza.
Hi, Sensei. Buenas
Hello.
noches. Saludos a todos. ¿Cómo están? Un poco problemático el internet. Realmente está fallando bastante. No sé si me estarán recibiendo bien el audio.
He's just commenting that the internet in his area is very challenging and he wasn't able to.
Estoy muy agradecido de la actividad, gracias a Sensei Howard, Sensei Mina, Sensei Poe, y bueno, a todos los participantes por permitirnos estar en familia, ¿no? Algo que se ha hecho hincapié hasta de ayer, es la forma en la que nosotros como de Rikai no solamente somos jóvenes, sino que somos una familia. Creo que también esto ha sembrado a todos desde que iniciamos. Y creo, ¿no?, que siempre ha sido y será nuestra base como familia Ryukai, como pregoneros del estilo Shindo y Ryu. Excelente participación de todos. Espero seguir participando y seguir esto en adelante. Gracias, Sensei Jonathan, por sus participaciones en medio de la traducción. Sé que a veces se complica la cosa. Un saludo a todos desde Ecuador. Jackson Espinosa, soy de Venezuela y me encuentro actualmente en Ecuador.
Jackson, muchas gracias. Gracias por estar con nosotros. Ya entendemos que en muchos lugares se complica el internet, ¿no? Pero lo que estás haciendo un intento así nos hace feliz a todos. He's just commenting that he really enjoys the seminars. The same feeling as everybody. That he's very happy with the seminars. Very happy with everything as we're doing it. A little frustrated with his internet connection where he is. Muchas gracias.
Okay, are there anyone else? Anybody else?
Well, thank you, everybody. I'm going to have to duck out here. Thank you very much to everybody participating. Again, we're working to try and create this platform where we can spend more time together while we're far apart, right? So let us know how we're doing. Let us know if you have any comments, any suggestions, like Sensei Wayne right now, how we can improve as we move forward. Muchas gracias a todos otra vez. Yo tengo que ir, pero nada más quiero agradecer a todos que están con nosotros este fin de semana. Nuestro plan es de seguir haciendo estos eventos, pues semanarios cada mes en 2022 y cada trimestre hacer un Gasshuku con Kaicho y todos nosotros para seguir creciendo y seguir tratando de unirnos lo más posible, ¿no? Muchas gracias a todos.
Well, thank you, everyone. I think this will be the conclusion of the event. So we're going to go ahead and stand up. Okay. Hey. Thank you very much. Good job, everybody. Thank you for coming. I'll keep this channel open if you want to go ahead and talk with other people online. Okay?
Thank you, Sensei. Bye-bye. Bye, everyone.
Chao a todos.
Adios,
Bye,
amigos.
bye.
Need to go to bed. Thank you, Sensei. Need to go to bed.
A todos, hay más. Gracias.
Hello, Raul.
Yeah. I need to go to bed now. It's 5 o'clock.
I know. I'm tired even.
Yeah. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good weekend.